In the hidden village of Kanata, a quiet morning had dawned, the sun casting warm rays over the village's rooftops. Children played in the streets, their laughter filling the air, blissfully unaware of the dark fate that loomed over them. But one child, a boy with spiky blonde hair and cerulean blue eyes, stood apart. Naruto Uzumaki was a name that inspired scorn and ridicule among the villagers. The burden of being the nine-tails Jinchuriki weighed heavily on him. Yet, he harbored a darkness within a darkness that was beginning to awaken. Naruto stood on the outskirts of the village, staring into the horizon, lost in thought. He felt a strange sensation deep within him, an echo of power that pulsed with each heartbeat. It was different, something primal and ancient. He could sense it awakening, but what it was eluded him. All he knew was that it made him feel alive. As he contemplated, memories that weren't his own flooded his mind, flashes of a figure cloaked in shadows, a deep, menacing voice whispering truths about power, vengeance, and the absurdity of mercy. This voice had been growing louder, resonating with the pain and anger that had been building within him. "Who the hell are you?" he muttered under his breath, fists clenching as he felt the familiar sting of loneliness and anger from the village. The words echoed in his mind, blending with a distant recollection of a name, Spawn. He had no time to dwell on it. The villagers' scorn and the whispers behind his back ignited his anger. "Demon brat!" one of them shouted, laughter erupting around him. "You'll never be Hokage." A smirk crept onto Naruto's face, a dark amusement dancing in his eyes. "You think I want your pathetic title? You think I care what you think?" The air around him crackled with an unfamiliar energy as he approached the crowd. "The only reason you're all still alive is because I haven't decided to end you yet." The crowd recoiled, surprised by his sudden shift in demeanor. A few murmured among themselves, unsure of how to react. Naruto's voice rose above their whispers, dark and commanding. "I'll show you what real power looks like. And when I do, you'll regret every word." Unbeknownst to him, a small flicker of necroplasmic energy shimmered in the air, responding to his rising anger. The villagers felt a chill sweep through them, as though a dark cloud had settled over the square. Naruto's chuckle was no longer simply the burden of the nine tails, it was something far more sinister. "Back off, loser. We just want you to leave us alone," one brave villager shouted, trying to muster courage in the face of Naruto's darkening presence. "Leave you alone?" Naruto laughed, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those present. "Why would I? You're all so entertaining when you squirm." The energy within him surged, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. He could feel it, the power awakening fully, rising like a tide. "Let's put this to the test, shall we?" He focused on the nearest villager, who had just insulted him. "How about I show you what happens when you cross me?" With a wave of his hand, dark chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the villager and lifting him off the ground. The crowd gasped in shock as they witnessed Naruto's transformation. It was as if the boy they knew was gone, replaced by a being of immense power and malice. "What are you doing?" another villager screamed, panic seeping into their voice. Naruto leaned in closer to the frightened man, the chains tightening just enough to induce pain. "You wanted to know why I'm the demon? Because I can be. Because I don't give a damn about your feelings or your opinions." He let out a chilling laugh, enjoying the fear radiating from the crowd. "In fact, I think I'll start with you. Please. Don't." The villager's eyes widened in terror as he struggled against the chains. "We're sorry." "Sorry isn't good enough," Naruto sneered. "You've made your choice. Now it's time for mine." With that, he summoned a blast of necroplasmic energy, the air crackling as it formed in his palm. The villagers shrieked, the panic now palpable as they realized the true depth of his power. In that moment, Naruto felt invincible. He was no longer just a Jinchuriki, he was a god, a force of nature that could command fear and destruction with a mere thought. This was the beginning of something new, something dark. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, an unexpected intrusion into his dark revelry. Naruto. It was Iriki, his teacher and protector. "Stop this!" You're better than this. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Better? Better for whom? You. He let out a cold laugh. What do you know about me? You think you can teach me right from wrong? You're nothing but a weak human trying to play hero. Don't you see? This isn't you. You can't let this power consume you. Iruka pleaded, stepping forward despite the danger. Consume me? This power is me. Naruto roared, his anger igniting further. I've spent my whole life being looked down on and mocked. I don't need your approval, and I don't need your pity. With a swift motion, he sent a blast of necroplasm energy at Iruka, who barely managed to dodge. The blast tore through the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. Iruka stared at Naruto, realization dawning on him. This wasn't the boy he had known. This was a dark, twisted version fueled by hatred and vengeance. You have to fight it, Naruto. Iruka shouted, desperation lacing his voice. You're not a monster. Monster. Naruto laughed, his voice cold and twisted. I am a monster. And I'm proud of it. He felt the chains tighten around the villager, who was now begging for mercy. You're all going to learn your place in the world. Please, another villager cried, tears streaming down their face. We didn't mean it. Just let us go. Too late for that, Naruto replied, eyes glinting with malice. Your cries are music to my ears. You've made me this way. You created this monster. Iruka's heart sank as he watched the boy he had tried to protect spiral deeper into darkness. Naruto, listen to me. This isn't who you are. You can be a hero. Hero. Naruto scoffed, shaking his head. What's a hero but a fool with a death wish? I'll take power over foolish ideals any day. He could feel the energy coursing through him, exhilarating and intoxicating. The taste of fear was like a drug, and he was just getting started. The villagers trembled, their faces pale as they realized the depth of his transformation. They had created a monster, and now they were at its mercy. Let me show you what true power looks like, Naruto hissed, focusing his energy. Chains whipped out, wrapping around Iruka as well. The teacher struggled against them, confusion and fear filling his eyes. What will you do now, Iruka? Are you here to protect them? Or are you ready to join them in their misery? Iruka felt the weight of the chains, their grip tightening. I'm not afraid of you, Naruto. You're still the same boy I taught. I won't give up on you. Naruto's expression hardened, fury blazing in his eyes. You really think you can change me? I don't need saving. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. As if responding to his rage, the sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously overhead. Thunder rumbled, echoing the turmoil within him. It was a fitting backdrop for the darkness that had begun to consume him. From this day forth, I'll be known as a force of nature, he declared, raising his hands. And anyone who dares cross me will know the consequences. With that, he unleashed a wave of necroplasmic energy that sent shockwaves through the village. Buildings shook, and villagers scattered, fleeing from the chaos that ensued. But Naruto felt alive, his laughter echoing through the streets as he reveled in the destruction. This is just the beginning, he shouted, his voice carrying over the cacophony. I'm done being a pawn in your little game. I'll carve my own path, and anyone who stands in my way will fall. As the dust settled, Naruto stood amidst the chaos, the darkness within him fully awakened. No longer the village outcast, he had become something greater, something terrifying. He was Spawn reborn, and the world would remember his name. From that moment on, Naruto's path would be one of power and domination. He would rise above the weakness of humanity, wielding the darkness as his weapon, and he would enjoy every second of it. The villagers' hatred had birthed a new god, and he had no intention of playing the hero. He would become the monster they feared, and they would learn to regret their scorn. As he looked out over the wreckage, a wicked smile spread across his face. Let the games begin. Naruto stood amidst the remnants of what had once been a bustling part of Konoha, A smirk plastered across his face as the smoke curled around him like tendrils of shadow. The air was thick with a scent of scorched earth and fear, and he savored it. This was liberation. This was power. He could feel the remnants of his necroplasmic energy swirling around him, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, filling him with a dark euphoria. The villagers who had once shunned him were scattering like insects, their screams ringing in his ears like a haunting melody. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, and he relished the thought of how easy it had been to strike terror into their hearts. They were all witnesses to the birth of a new era, a time when he would no longer be the victim but the one who dictated the fates of others. "Where are you running off to?" he called out, his voice echoing with authority. "You wanted a demon? Well, here I am." With a flick of his wrist, chains slithered from the ground like serpents, snaking after the fleeing villagers. They caught a few, dragging them back toward him with a force that made them scream in terror. Naruto took a moment to admire his handiwork, watching as they struggled against the chains. The helplessness of the villagers only fueled his amusement. "Did you really think your pathetic village could keep me down?" he taunted. "You'll pay for every insult, every moment you spent laughing at me." One villager, a middle-aged man with wild eyes, fell to his knees. "Please, Naruto. We were wrong. Just let us go." His voice trembled, laden with desperation. "We were wrong." Naruto mocked, crossing his arms. "What a lovely sentiment. Too bad it doesn't matter now." He stepped forward, feeling the chains tighten as he drew nearer. "You thought I was weak, just a little brat who would never amount to anything. But look at me now. I'm a force of nature, and you're just a bug under my boot." The man stammered, "But—" "Silence!" Naruto shouted, and with a wave of his hand, the chains yanked the villager toward him. He could sense the man's fear, could practically taste it on the air. It thrilled him, igniting a wild exhilaration deep within. "You don't get to talk back to me. You don't get to make demands." As he loomed over the trembling villager, a familiar voice broke through the din. "Naruto! Stop this madness!" Turning his gaze, he saw Sakura and Sasuke rushing toward him, expressions of horror and disbelief etched across their faces. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at their attempts to intervene. "Oh look, it's my old teammates. Here to save the day." His laughter was sharp, like glass shattering. "How quaint." Sasuke's eyes darkened, filled with anger and determination. "This isn't you, Naruto. You have to fight it. Remember who you are." "Who I am?" Naruto sneered, spinning to face Sasuke fully, the chains still gripping the unfortunate villager. "I'm finally free from all that. I'm stronger than I've ever been. I've unlocked powers you could only dream of." He released a pulse of necroplasmic energy, sending shockwaves that rippled through the ground. Sakura stepped forward, hands raised in a placating gesture. "Please, Naruto, we can help you. We can bring you back. You don't have to do this." Naruto scoffed, a grin spreading across his face. "Help? You think you can help me? What are you going to do? Throw a few flowers at me and hope it works." He stepped closer, the chains pulling the villager higher, eliciting desperate gasps. "You don't understand. I'm beyond all of you. You're just a bunch of fools with delusions of heroism." Sasuke's expression hardened as he prepared for battle. "I won't let you hurt anyone else, Naruto. I'll stop you, even if it means fighting you." The air crackled with tension, and Naruto's laughter rang out, rich with madness. "Fight me? You think you can take me on? You have no idea what I'm capable of." With a quick motion, he released the villager, sending him tumbling to the ground. The man scrambled away, gasping for breath, and Naruto turned his attention back to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke charged forward, his Sharingan activated, ready to deliver a swift strike. But Naruto was faster. In a flash, he summoned chains from the ground, ensnaring Sasuke's legs before he could reach him. The dark metal tightened, yanking him to a halt. "You should have stayed out of this, Shizuke, he said, eyes glinting with malice. Let him go. Sakura shouted, panic rising in her voice. She rushed forward, ready to help Shizuke, but Naruto merely waved his hand. A blast of necroplasmic energy erupted from his palm, forcing her to the ground, her chakra faltering under the pressure. Why don't you join him? Naruto suggested, a wicked grin spreading across his face. After all, friends stick together, right? He lifted his hand, and dark energy gathered around him, pulsating like a heartbeat. Stop it, Naruto! Shizuke yelled, struggling against the chains. You're losing yourself. You're not a monster. Oh, but I am. And it feels incredible. He released the energy, sending his shockwave through the ground that knocked Shizuke off his feet. The dark energy crackled around him, and Naruto felt the exhilaration rise. This is the power I've always wanted. You all just stood by while I was treated like garbage. You don't get to tell me what to do now. With a swift motion, he directed the chains towards Shizuke, who barely managed to evade them, rolling to the side. The chains wrapped around a nearby tree instead, tearing it from its roots and sending it crashing to the ground. Is that the best you've got? Shizuke shot back, his voice filled with defiance as he regained his footing. You're not invincible, Naruto. Invincible? Naruto echoed, eyes narrowing. I've barely begun. He could feel the power swelling within him, an ocean of darkness waiting to be unleashed. You want to see real power? Let me show you. With a roar, he raised his hands to the sky, channeling the necroplasm within him. The air thickened with energy, swirling into a maelstrom around him. Dark tendrils lashed out, tearing through the ground as he drew more power. The villagers who remained gaped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Witness the rebirth of a god, he shouted, the energy erupting from him in a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Buildings trembled, and the sky darkened as the power surged. Shizuke felt the intensity of the energy, a palpable force that threatened to consume him. Naruto, dulled, he shouted, fear creeping into his voice. You have to stop this. Why? Naruto replied, his voice dripping with contempt. So you can tell me how to live my life? I'm done listening to you. He unleashed the energy, the blast ripping through the village, obliterating anything that stood in its way. The villagers screamed, their horror palpable as they fled. Naruto's heart raced with exhilaration, feeling alive in a way he had never experienced. The very essence of power coursed through him, and he was the architect of chaos. Sakura scrambled to her feet, her hands trembling. You're destroying everything, Naruto. This isn't you. He turned to her, his expression a mix of amusement and disdain. What do you know about me? You think I want to play the hero? You think I care about this pathetic village? He laughed, a dark, mocking sound that resonated through the ruins. I'm done playing nice. I'm here to take what I want. Just as he prepared to unleash another wave of power, a figure appeared at the edge of the chaos. It was Kakashi, his mentor, and the village's former leader. The Kabi ninja's expression was grave, and he stepped forward, trying to reach Naruto. Naruto. You need to listen to me. This isn't the way to gain strength. You'll lose everything. Naruto glared at Kakashi, feeling his irritation flare. Lose everything? I've already lost everything. You don't know what I've been through. You don't understand the pain of being a pariah. The chains twitched in anticipation, eager to lash out. I do understand, Naruto, Kakashi replied, his voice steady. But this path leads to nothing but destruction. You have the power to change things for the better. You don't have to become a monster. A monster? Naruto roared, his rage boiling over. You think I care? I'm not interested in being your version of a hero. I'm tired of being weak. If you want to stop me, you'll have to try harder than that. With a swift motion, he sent a wave of dark energy toward Kakashi, who deftly dodged, using his substitution jutsu to evade the blast. The resulting explosion left a crater in the ground, a testament to Naruto's newfound strength. Is this all you have? Kakashi's voice remained calm, though concern lingered in his eyes. You're stronger than this, Naruto. You don't need to rely on darkness. Naruto's laughter echoed through the air, cold and unforgiving. Darkness is all I've ever known. I don't need your light. He summoned more chains, the dark metal shimmering in the air, ready to ensnare his former mentor. But Kakashi stood firm. You're still in control. You can choose to turn back. Fight against this power, don't let it define you. A flicker of doubt crossed Naruto's mind, but he pushed it away. You're wrong. This power is mine. I've earned it. With that, he unleashed the chains toward Kakashi, who narrowly avoided them, the sheer force sending the brief flying. Sasuke seized the moment, lunging at Naruto. We won't let you destroy everything. I won't let you fall into this darkness. Foolishness. Naruto hissed, the chains whirling around him like serpents. He redirected their path, attempting to ensnare Sasuke again. But Sasuke was quicker, dodging just in time and retaliating with a series of shuriken that glinted in a dim light. Don't underestimate me, Sasuke shouted, his determination blazing. I won't back down. Naruto's frustration grew as he dodged the projectiles, each one fueled by the anger boiling within him. You think you can stop me with those pathetic toys? He taunted, summoning a burst of energy that dissipated the shuriken with ease. You're not the only one who's grown stronger, Sasuke shouted, his shuriken spinning faster, the power of his own darkness rising. He channeled his chakra, ready to retaliate with a jutsu that would show Naruto he wasn't alone in this fight. But before he could strike, a tremendous explosion rocked the area as Naruto unleashed another wave of necroplasmic energy, the force of it knocking Sasuke off his feet. Your struggle is futile, Naruto shouted, reveling in the chaos he was unleashing. I'm no longer bound by the rules of this world. I'm a god among insects. As the dust settled, he stood tall, surveying the devastation with a twisted smile. Konoha was crumbling around him, a monument to his newfound power. He felt invincible, but in the back of his mind, a lingering doubt remained. What was left of his humanity? Was there a way back? But the darkness within him roared in response, drowning out the remnants of doubt. This is who I am now, he declared, his voice echoing across the ruins. Embrace it or perish. You'll learn to fear the name of Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, understanding the magnitude of the battle ahead. They had to reach him before he descended too far into the darkness. It was a race against time, one they couldn't afford to lose. Listen to me, Sakura shouted, trying to pierce through the chaos. We can still bring you back. You don't have to do this. Shut up, Naruto snapped, his anger flaring once more. You don't know me. You don't know what I've experienced. I'm beyond your understanding. Then let us in, Sasuke shouted back, refusing to give up. You don't have to face this alone. We're your friends. Friends? Naruto echoed, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. What do friends do? They abandon you. They laugh at you. You think I need your friendship now? I'll show you what true power looks like. He unleashed another wave of energy, the dark force rippling toward them, threatening to consume everything in its path. But in that moment of desperation, Sasuke drew upon his own strength, channeling his shuriken to deflect the blast. Together, we can fight this, he yelled, determination burning in his eyes. We'll show you there's a way back. Naruto's rage boiled over, and he charged forward, dark chains clashing with Sasuke's kunai. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, a clash of ideals and powers that resonated with the very core of their beings. Is this the best you've got? Naruto taunted, darkness pooling in his eyes. I'll crush you, Sasuke. I'll show you the real meaning of power. But beneath the surface, the remnants of his humanity stirred, fighting against the tide of darkness that threatened to consume him entirely. Would he continue down this path of destruction, or was there still a chance for redemption? As the battle raged on, the fate of not just Naruto but the entire village hung in a balance. The darkness awaited, ready to embrace him fully, and the choice lay solely in his hands. Would he embrace the monster he had become, or would the flicker of light within him guide him back? Only time would tell. The clash of wills echoed throughout the remnants of Kanata, a theater of chaos where friendship and darkness intertwined. Naruto stood at the center, a tempest of power and rage, while Shizuke and Sakura fought to pull him back from the abyss. As the dark entity surged around him, he felt the intoxicating rush of his newfound abilities, a seductive call that beckoned him to lose himself completely in the shadows. "You're too late to save me?" Naruto bellowed, launching another barrage of chains toward Shizuke. Each link of metal was like a serpent, slithering through the air with lethal intent. "I'm beyond your reach. I've embraced my true nature." Shizuke dodged and deflected, the steel glinting as it passed just inches from him. "You're not beyond us, Naruto. You're just lost. We can find you," he shouted, anger mixing with desperation. "Lost?" Naruto sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a menacing smile. "I was lost when I let you all dictate my worth. I was lost when I let the village shun me. Now, I'm a being of pure power, and you're just a weakling trying to hold on to the past." With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a dark wave of necroplasm, crashing against Shizuke's defenses. The impact sent Shizuke stuttering, but he quickly regained his footing, eyes blazing with determination. "You think this power makes you invincible?" Shizuke shouted, rallying against the darkness. "Power without control will only lead to destruction. You'll end up with nothing." "Nothing?" Naruto echoed, his voice laced with mockery. "Look around you. I'm carving my legacy with every blow I strike. You're just a stepping stone in my path." In a moment of fury, he summoned chains from the depths of the earth, and they rose like titans to ensnare Shizuke once more. But just as they coiled around him, a surge of power erupted from within Shizuke. "You don't own this power, Naruto," he declared, channeling his chakra into a powerful technique. With a single movement, he unleashed a wave of flames, igniting the chains and forcing them back. The energy clashed violently, illuminating the darkened skies and casting ominous shadows around them. "I won't let you destroy everything we've fought for." "Fought for?" Naruto scoffed, narrowing his eyes. "You don't even understand what you're fighting against. I'm beyond your comprehension." Sakura struggled to regain her footing, gasping as the entity crackled in the air. "Naruto, please. You're still in there. We believe in you. You don't have to succumb to this darkness. Believe in me." He laughed, a chilling sound that resonated with despair and malice. "What has believing ever done for me? It left me weak. It left me alone. Look where your precious beliefs have led me." He took a deep breath, drawing on the depths of his necroplasmic entity. The very atmosphere shifted, vibrating with his dark intentions. "You want to save me? Let me show you what real despair looks like." With that declaration, he unleashed a storm of dark energy that roared through the air, a cataclysmic force aimed at both of his former friends. Shizuke braced himself, channeling everything he had into a defensive stance. "We won't let you hurt anyone else," he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. As the energy approached, he released his own technique, a torrent of flame and light that collided with Naruto's darkness. The explosion sent shockwaves through the village, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring everything. Both sides were locked in a deadly struggle, each unwilling to relent, each holding on to their convictions. Naruto pushed forward, driven by the belief that power alone would set him free. But deep within a maelstrom, shadows flickered, whispering doubts that clawed at his mind. Was this truly the path he wanted? He glanced back at Shizuke and Sakura, their silhouettes illuminated by the flames. The determination etched on their faces stirred something within him, a flicker of doubt against the tide of darkness. Could he still be the hero they saw? Or was he destined to be the monster they feared? Fight it, Naruto. Sakura's voice cut through the haze, a lifeline amidst the chaos. You're stronger than this darkness. We believe in you. I don't need your belief. Naruto shouted back, his voice teetering between fury and desperation. I'm done with being your hero. But the shadows within him seemed to ebb ever so slightly, as if recognizing a resistance. With a sudden surge of energy, Naruto gripped his head, shaking it violently as though fighting against the very essence of his powers. No. Get out of my head, he roared, the chains trembling as they wavered in the air. Hold on, Naruto? Sasuke urged, stepping closer despite the chaos. You can do this. Fight back. You're stronger than the darkness. The chains flared, their energy fluctuating. Naruto felt the conflicting forces within him, one urging him to embrace the darkness, the other a familiar light, a warmth that fought against the cold. It was a battle of wills, and the world around him felt as if it were teetering on the brink of destruction. Embrace it, the darkness whispered, seductive and alluring. This is true power. Don't let them take it from you. No. Naruto shouted, a primal scream echoing through the ruins as he wrestled with the shadows. I won't lose myself to you. He turned his gaze back to Sasuke and Sakura, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and hope. In that moment, something clicked within him. Was this really who he wanted to be? A being of destruction, a harbinger of darkness? Or could he forge his own destiny? With a roar, he summoned all his strength, channeling the very essence of his being into a single, powerful strike. The air shimmered with energy, the chains whirling around him in a chaotic dance. You want to see true power? Then watch, he shouted, directing the energy forward. A massive wave of necroplasm erupted from him, dark and radiant, crashing toward Sasuke and Sakura. But as it approached, he felt an overwhelming urge to control it, to bend it to his will. This was his power, not a curse. Sasuke and Sakura braced themselves, ready to face whatever came. We're with you, Naruto, they shouted, voices unyielding against the tide of darkness. In that moment of unity, a surge of warmth erupted from within Naruto, pushing back against the shadows. The energy exploded in a blinding light, enveloping him and his friends. Hold on. Sasuke shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The light illuminated the ruins, dispelling the shadows and creating a barrier that shielded them from the darkness. For a fleeting moment, Naruto felt the weight of his powers shift. He was no longer merely a vessel for darkness but a warrior in control of his own fate. Stop, he commanded, feeling the energy surge around him. The chains hesitated, quivering as they wavered in response to his newfound determination. I will not be defined by this darkness. With one final push, he extended his hand, and the chains, once a symbol of his torment, transformed into radiant tendrils of light, weaving through the air like an ethereal dance. They wrapped around the dark energy, pulling it back and binding it, creating a harmonious balance between light and shadow. Naruto stood tall, the remnants of his dark past swirling at his feet. The power that had once threatened to consume him now hummed with potential, a testament to his choice to embrace both sides of himself. I am not just a monster, he declared, his voice echoing with authority. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will forge my own path. As the light faded and the chaos subsided, the battlefield fell silent. Konoha lay in ruins, but the villagers who had once feared him now watched in awe. The chains of darkness that had bound him were no more. In their place, a new understanding had emerged, a fusion of strength and compassion. Sasuke and Sakura approached cautiously, eyes filled with a mixture of relief and disbelief. You did it, Sakura said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. You fought it. Naruto looked at them, a flicker of gratitude igniting within him. I couldn't have done it without you, he admitted, the weight of his past beginning to lift. But I won't forget what I've gained, and what I can do. With that acknowledgement, he turned his gaze back to the remnants of Konoha, determination burning brightly in his chest. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning. Together, they would rebuild, stronger than before. But he wouldn't forget the darkness. It would remain a part of him, a reminder of the journey he had endured. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Naruto felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He was no longer the boy they had shunned. He was a force to be reckoned with, a guardian forged in the fires of adversity. I won't let anyone dictate my worth again, he vowed, a smile breaking through the remnants of his struggle. This time, I'll decide my fate. With his friends by his side, Naruto embraced the dawn of a new era, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they would forge a path into the future, one where light and darkness coexisted in harmony. And he would ensure that Konoha rose from the ashes, stronger and more resilient than ever before. As the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the remnants of Konoha in golden hues, Naruto stood at the center of the devastation, a symbol of rebirth amidst the ruins. The light felt different now, warm and invigorating. The weight of darkness still lingered, but he had learned to embrace it without letting it consume him. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They had witnessed Naruto's internal struggle, the battle not just against darkness but against his own doubts. He had fought to reclaim his identity, and now he stood before them transformed yet familiar. "Are you really okay, Naruto?" Sakura asked cautiously, stepping closer, her voice filled with concern. You did something incredible back there?" Naruto turned to her, his expression serious but softened by the lingering warmth of his choice. "I'm still figuring it out," he admitted. "But I can control it now. I won't let the darkness dictate my actions." "Just be careful," Sasuke added, his tone earnest. "The more power you wield, the more it can tempt you. We've all seen what happens when someone loses themselves to that kind of strength." A flicker of tension passed between them. Sasuke's own experiences with power and darkness loomed large in the air. But Naruto brushed it off, a smirk forming on his lips. "Please, you think I'd let some dark energy scare me? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm made of stronger stuff than that." Sasuke rolled his eyes, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. "Don't get cocky. Just remember, if you ever lose control again, we'll be here to bring you back. I wouldn't have it any other way." Naruto replied, determination igniting within him. "We're a team. I'm not going anywhere alone." With a newfound resolve, Naruto looked around at the devastation surrounding them. The village was a shadow of its former self, but in that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. It wasn't enough to just reclaim his power. He needed to protect those he cared about and ensure they wouldn't suffer like he had. "Let's get to work," he said, his voice firm. "We need to start rebuilding. This village deserves better, and I won't let it crumble while I have the strength to change things." Sakura nodded, a spark of hope igniting in her chest. "Right. We can gather everyone and start clearing the rubble. There are still people who need our help." Sasuke grunted in agreement, though his expression remained stoic. "Let's just make sure we don't lose focus. We need to restore the village's strength and prepare for any threats that might come our way." With their purpose defined, the trio set off, rallying other villagers to aid in the recovery efforts. As they moved through the streets, the atmosphere shifted. People emerged from the shadows, their faces the mixture of fear and awe. Whispers filled the air, tales of Naruto's transformation and his newfound strength. Some regarded him with skepticism, the memory of his earlier rampage still fresh in their minds. But others approached cautiously, inspired by his resilience. "Thank you for saving us, Naruto," a villager called out, his voice trembling but filled with gratitude. "We always believe in you." Naruto paused, a strange mix of emotions swelling within him. "I'll prove I'm worthy of that belief," he promised, a fire igniting in his chest. "Together, we'll make this village stronger than ever before." Days turned into weeks as they worked tirelessly to restore Konoha. The atmosphere gradually shifted, a sense of camaraderie blossoming among the villagers. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura became symbols of hope, and as they labored side by side, Naruto found a renewed purpose in his life. However, the shadows still lurked within him, whispering promises of power and vengeance. As he trained, he could feel the necroplasmic energy pulsing beneath his skin, a constant reminder of what he had become. But he also felt the warmth of his friends' support, anchoring him to the light. During one of their training sessions, Naruto unleashed a surge of energy, chains whipping through the air as he honed his control over the darkness. He practiced summoning them in various forms, binding, protecting, even creating weapons of pure energy. The sensation was intoxicating, and the power felt limitless. "Focus, Naruto," Sasuke called out, watching closely as Naruto shifted between control and chaos. "Remember what we talked about. It's not just about the strength, it's about how you wield it." Naruto nodded, gritting his teeth as he pulled the chains back, shaping them into a spear-like weapon. "I get it. But sometimes I just want to unleash everything. It feels good to let it all out." Sasuke crossed his arms, a bemused expression on his face. "If you let it out without purpose, it'll consume you. Use that desire to protect, to build, not to destroy." Naruto smirked, pushing through the distractions. "Okay, but I'll destroy anyone who tries to mess with us. That's my purpose." "Yeah, well, let's make sure you don't destroy the village in the process," Sakura chimed in, a playful tone accompanying her words. Their camaraderie became a cornerstone in Naruto's journey. As they continued to train, the trio's bond deepened. Each day, Naruto grew stronger, learning to balance his dark powers with the light that remained within him. But shadows from the past began to stir. Rumors of a new threat began to circulate in the village, whispers of rogue shinobi and dark forces lurking in the corners of the world, drawn to the power Naruto now wielded. One evening, as they gathered around a campfire, the atmosphere turned serious. "Have you heard the stories?" a villager asked, his voice quavering. "About the remnants of Orochimaru's faction? They are rumored to be seeking revenge on a hidden leaf." Sasuke's expression hardened, his past intertwining with the present. "If they come for us, we'll be ready," he stated, a fierce determination in his eyes. "We'll stand together, just like always." Naruto clenched his fists, the flames reflecting in his eyes. "Let them come. I'm not afraid. I'll show them what happens when they threaten our home." As the fire crackled, the air shifted. The warmth of their bond was undeniable, but shadows loomed ever closer, testing the resolve they had built. In the depths of night, Naruto lay awake, contemplating the power coursing through his veins and the uncertainty of the future. He could feel the darkness stirring within him, clawing at the edges of his consciousness, eager to take control once more. "What if I lose it again?" he wondered, the thought gnawing at his resolve. "What if I hurt someone I care about?" He sat up, gazing into the flickering flames. "No," he whispered to himself, a vow forming in a quiet night. "I won't let that happen. I will be the one who controls my fate. I will be the guardian they need." As dawn broke, Naruto resolved to prepare not just for the battles ahead but for the struggle within. With his friends by his side, he would face whatever challenges awaited them, a force born of light and shadow, ready to carve a path into the future. "Let's go," he said, determination burning brightly within him. "Together, we'll face whatever comes. This time, we're not just rebuilding a village, we're forging a legacy." With renewed purpose, Naruto embraced the dawn, ready to confront the darkness that lay ahead, determined to emerge victorious both for himself and for the village he called home. With the sun climbing higher, illuminating the remnants of Kanata, Naruto felt a surge of determination coursing through him. The days ahead promised challenges, but he was ready to face them head-on, alongside Sasuke and Sakura. Their bond had grown stronger through shared struggles, and with that strength, they would confront the unknown. As they gathered their gear for the day's training session, the villagers busied themselves with rebuilding efforts, their spirits slowly rekindling. Naruto noticed small groups working together, families fixing homes, children playing amid the rubble. It brought a smile to his face. This was the world he wanted to protect. "Let's hit the training ground," Naruto said, his voice bright with enthusiasm. He couldn't help but feel the power thrumming beneath his skin, a reminder of what he was capable of now. "I've got some new techniques I want to try out. Just remember, don't overdo it," Suzuki cautioned, adjusting his gear with a serious expression. "We're not just training for ourselves. We're training to protect everyone." I know. But this power is incredible. I want to see just how far I can push it," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sakura chuckled, shaking her head. "Just don't blow up the training ground again, okay? We can't afford more damage to the village." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "That was one time. Besides, I've got it under control now. Watch." With that declaration, he focused his energy, summoning chains that danced eagerly around him. They shimmered with a dark aura, yet he guided them with precision, weaving them through the air. As he practiced, he felt the familiar thrill of power coursing through him. He crafted the chains into various shapes: whips, spears, and even shields. Each movement felt effortless, and the thrill of mastery made him grin widely. "See? No explosions." Suzuki watched him intently, analyzing his technique. "You're improving, but remember, it's not just about how powerful you are. It's about strategy, timing, and using your abilities wisely." "Right. Like when I used the chains to block that attack during the last battle," Naruto replied, recalling the moment with a sense of pride. "I can't wait to show everyone what I can do." Sakura rolled her eyes, but there was a playful smile on her lips. "Just remember, Naruto, being strong isn't everything. We need to work as a team. If we're going to face whatever comes our way, we have to have each other's backs." "I know that, too," he replied, the sincerity shining through. "We're in this together. I just want to be ready for anything." As the training session continued, they pushed each other to their limits. The air filled with energy as they sparred, each clash of chakra ringing like a bell. Naruto could feel the darkness inside him thrumming in response to the adrenaline of combat, but he kept it at bay, channeling it instead into his techniques. Hours passed, and as they collapsed onto the ground, panting and covered in sweat, Naruto leaned back, a wide grin spreading across his face. "That was awesome. I can feel myself getting stronger." Suzuki smirked, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You're definitely stronger. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. It's not just about being the strongest, it's about protecting those who can protect themselves." Yeah, I get it," Naruto replied, though the truth of Suzuki's words resonated deep within him. "But I want to be strong enough to take on anything, especially if Orochimaru's remnants are really coming for us." Sakura sat up, brushing dirt off her clothes. "Do you really think they'll come after us? I mean, we've dealt with them before, right? They might come, but we'll be ready for them," Suzuki asserted, his gaze unwavering. "And if they do come after us, we'll make them regret it. We've fought too hard to let them threaten our home again." Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing their attention. Villagers gathered around, whispering and pointing. A sense of unease settled over the trio as they rose to their feet. Curiosity piqued. "What's going on?" Naruto asked, striding toward the crowd. As they approached, they spotted an unfamiliar figure standing at the edge of the village, a man clad in dark robes, his aura radiating an unsettling energy. "Who is that?" Sakura whispered, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. "I don't know," Suzuki replied, narrowing his eyes. "But we should find out." Naruto stepped forward, heart racing with excitement and apprehension. "Hey! What are you doing here?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the air. The man turned, a sly smile crossing his face as he regarded Naruto and his friends. "Ah, the infamous Naruto Uzumaki. How delightful to finally meet you. What do you want?" Naruto demanded, fists clenched. "You're in the wrong place, stranger. I come with a message," the man replied, his voice smooth and disarming. I represent a group seeking to reclaim what once was lost, the remnants of Orochimaru's legacy. We've been watching you, Naruto, and your newfound strength. You're quite the anomaly. Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing the man's intention. What do you mean? The power you wield is coveted, and we are interested in your potential, the man continued, his smile growing wider. Join us, and we can offer you even greater strength, a chance to reshape this world. With your abilities, you could be unstoppable. Not interested? Naruto snapped, anger flaring within him. I won't join anyone who threatens my home. Get out of here before I make you regret it. The man chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. Such spirit. But know this, your power draws attention, and not all who seek you will be as reasonable as I am. If you refuse our offer, be prepared for what comes next. With that, he turned and began to walk away, fading into the shadows that gathered at the village's edge. The crowd murmured uneasily, and Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. What was that all about? Sakura asked, her voice tense. They want my power, Naruto replied, fists tightening. They think they can just come in here and threaten us? Not a chance. Sasuke stepped closer, his expression serious. We need to stay vigilant. If they know about your strength, it won't be long before others come. We have to prepare for anything. Naruto nodded, determination hardening in his eyes. Then we'll train harder. I won't let anyone take this village or threaten my friends. I'll show them what true power looks like. As they turned back to the training ground, the sense of unease lingered. Shadows of danger hovered in the air, but Naruto felt a fire igniting within him, a resolve to protect his home and those he cared about. The battle ahead wouldn't just be a fight for survival, it would be a test of their strength, unity, and the bonds they had forged. With each passing day, they would hone their skills, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited them. Naruto embraced a challenge, ready to unleash the full extent of his power and defy anyone who dared to threaten his future. In the depths of his soul, the struggle between light and shadow raged on. But he was no longer merely a vessel for darkness, he was a warrior, standing tall against the tide, ready to carve his legacy into the world. And as night fell over Konoha, Naruto stood resolute, a beacon of determination against the encroaching shadows. The next chapter of his journey awaited, and he would face it head-on, fearless and unyielding. The days following the stranger's ominous visit unfolded with an undercurrent of tension that permeated Konoha. Though the village was bustling with reconstruction efforts, an invisible weight hung in the air, a reminder of the looming threat and the darkness that sought to envelop them. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura dedicated themselves to their training, pushing beyond their limits in preparation for whatever would come next. They trained from dawn until dusk, honing their skills and mastering new techniques. Naruto felt the power within him grow, pulsating like a heartbeat, responding to his every command. The chains he summoned danced around him with a life of their own, forming an extension of his will, a weapon, and shield, and a reminder of the darkness he had embraced. Focus, Naruto, Sasuke called out, his voice cutting through the intensity of their training session. If you want to master that power, you need to channel it effectively. Don't just rely on brute force. I'm trying, okay? Naruto shouted back, frustration creeping into his tone. It's not like I've had a lifetime to figure this out. I just got these abilities. Sakura approached, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We know, but that's exactly why we need to work together. You can't shoulder all of this alone. We're a team, remember? Taking a deep breath, Naruto nodded, the fire of determination rekindling in his chest. Right. Let's do this. With renewed vigor, they resumed their training. Naruto practiced blending his chakra with the necroplasmic energy that flowed within him, striving for fluidity and precision. He felt the darkness thrumming beneath the surface, urging him to unleash its full potential, but he kept it in check, reminding himself of the responsibility that came with such power. Hours turned into days, and the training became a ritual and unbreakable routine that forged their resolve even stronger. However, amidst the physical training, Naruto also began to delve into the depths of his new abilities. He explored his dark powers and secret, testing the boundaries of what he could achieve without losing control. One evening, while the moon hung high in the sky, he ventured to a secluded part of the training ground, where shadows danced more freely. He closed his eyes, allowing the darkness to wash over him, feeling its seductive pull. The chains materialized around him, forming intricate patterns that glimmered ominously. "Show me your true potential," he whispered, the air thick with tension. "I won't be afraid." With a snap of his fingers, the chains shot into the darkness like lightning, weaving through the trees and pulling down massive branches with ease. He felt exhilarated, reveling in the power he wielded. Each movement, each command he gave to the chains, was a testament to his growing strength. But then, in the depths of his focus, a voice echoed within his mind, a whisper of temptation. "You could have so much more. Why hold back? Embrace your true nature." Naruto staggered, feeling the rush of darkness threaten to overwhelm him. "No," he shouted, fighting against the seductive pull. "I won't give in." The chains around him pulsed with energy, reacting to his turmoil. In a surge of will, he redirected their power, channeling it into a massive burst that sent a shockwave riddling through the ground. The force was staggering, uprooting trees and scattering debris. He opened his eyes, breathing heavily, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. "I did it," he exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. "I can control it." But even as he celebrated, a flicker of doubt crept in. Was this true control, or merely the first step down a dangerous path? He shook his head, dispelling the thought. "I will prove to everyone that I can wield this power without losing myself." As he returned to the village, the moonlight casting long shadows on the ground, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The power was intoxicating, and the temptation to surrender to it was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. But he would not falter. He would not allow the darkness to consume him. The following days brought with them a renewed sense of purpose and urgency. News spread throughout the village about the stranger's warning, and the atmosphere grew tense as whispers of potential attacks loomed on the horizon. Villagers eyed one another warily, unsure of who could be trusted. "Did you hear about the rogue shinobi spotted near the borders?" one villager whispered, glancing around nervously. "They say they are looking for powerful allies, just like Naruto." Sasuke, overhearing the conversation, frowned. "We need to be vigilant. If they are actively searching for Naruto, they must be planning something big." Sakura stood beside him, arms crossed. "We should increase our training. If we know they are out there, we have to be ready to defend ourselves." Naruto clenched his fists, the words resonating with him. "I won't let them touch this village. They want to fight? They'll get one." Their resolve was unyielding as they committed to daily training and defensive strategies, reinforcing the village's boundaries and preparing for the worst. The days turned into a blur of training, strategizing, and reinforcing their bonds. Each member of Team 7 played their part, each drawing strength from the other. Then, just as they thought they could manage the chaos, another unexpected twist shook Kanata. One afternoon, while they trained, a figure appeared at the edge of the village, cloaked in shadows. The air crackled with tension as Naruto's senses heightened, the darkness within him stirring restlessly. The figure stepped forward, revealing a familiar face, Kakashi Hatake, their former teacher. His normally relaxed demeanor was replaced by a look of urgency. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. We need to talk," he said, glancing around cautiously. "What's going on?" Naruto asked, heart pounding in anticipation. Kakashi's gaze turned serious. "We've received word that Orochimaru's remnants have begun to mobilize. They are seeking out powerful shinobi across the land. We believe they are targeting you specifically, Naruto." Naruto's resolve hardened. "Let them come. I'm not afraid. I know you are strong," Kakashi replied, "but it's crucial that we approach this with strategy. We can't afford to underestimate them." Sasuke crossed his arms, a fierce determination in his eyes. If they think they can take on Naruto and Kanata, they are in for a rude awakening. Good, Kakashi nodded, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. I expect nothing less from you three. But we must also gather information. We need to know who we're up against. As they strategized, Naruto's mind raced with possibilities. He could feel the darkness within him thrumming with excitement, urging him to unleash his power, to confront the threat head-on. Yet he also knew that he needed to tread carefully. Let's split up, he proposed. Sasuke and Sakura can scout the perimeter while I work with Kakashi to strengthen our defenses. We need to be prepared for anything. Agreed, Kakashi said, his tone serious. This is no time to take unnecessary risks. With their plan set, they moved swiftly. Sasuke and Sakura darted into the trees, eyes scanning the landscape for any sign of intruders. Naruto stayed close to Kakashi, focusing on fortifying the village's defenses with his chains. They twisted and coiled around the borders, forming a protective barrier that glimmered ominously in the sunlight. As the day wore on, the atmosphere became increasingly charged. Naruto could feel the tension in the air, the anticipation of an impending confrontation looming closer. It was a feeling he had grown accustomed to, yet this time felt different, a sense of urgency that gripped him tightly. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across Kanata, they received word from Sasuke and Sakura. They had spotted a group of robed shinobi lurking at the village's edge, their intentions clear. Gather everyone, Naruto said, adrenaline pumping through his veins. We're going to show them what Konoha is made of. Kakashi nodded, and together they rallied the villagers, instilling courage in their hearts. The atmosphere shifted from one of fear to determination as Naruto stood before them, a beacon of strength. Listen up, he shouted, voice booming. We're about to face a threat that wants to tear our home apart. But we are not going to let that happen. Together, we are strong. We will fight for each other, for our village, and for our future. The villagers cheered, their spirits lifted by Naruto's words. He could feel the darkness within him simmering in response, but he embraced it, channeling it into a fierce resolve. As the robed shinobi approached, Naruto could see the leader, a tall figure clad in dark armor, an unsettling aura radiating from him. The tension in the air thickened as they faced off, both sides sizing each other up. So, you're the infamous Naruto Uzumaki, the leader sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. We've heard much about you. Your power is a valuable asset, and we've come to collect. Naruto stepped forward, a confident smirk on his face. You think you can just waltz in here and take what's mine? You have no idea who you're dealing with. The leader chuckled, a dark glimmer in his eyes. You're brave, I'll give you that. But bravery won't save you from what's coming. We'll take your power, and Konoha will be nothing more than a memory. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto summoned his chains, coiling them around his arm like serpents. You want to fight? I'll give you one you won't forget. The air crackled with energy as the two sides prepared to clash. Naruto's heart raced, adrenaline surging through him. He had faced many battles before, but this felt different, darker, more intense. He could feel the darkness within him urging him on, ready to unleash a power that could obliterate everything in its path. Ready, he called to Sasuke and Sakura, who stood at his side, unwavering in their resolve. Always, Sasuke replied, eyes narrowed in focus. Sakura nodded, determination etched on her face. Let's protect our home. And with that, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Naruto charged forward, chains slashing through the air as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. He reveled in the power coursing through him, the thrill of battle igniting his senses. The robed shinobi fell before him, one by one, unable to match the ferocity of his assault. The darkness within him surged, urging him to go further, to unleash devastation. But as he fought, he reminded himself of the reason behind it all: the village, his friends, the bonds they shared. As the clash continued, Naruto felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through him. He pushed himself to the brink, harnessing the chains with newfound mastery. Each strike was precise, a dance of power and skill, and he relished the thrill of the fight. Yet in the midst of the chaos, he could sense a presence looming behind him. He turned, just in time to see the leader preparing a devastating attack, a sinister entity swirling around him. "Get down!" Kakashi shouted, rushing to intercept the blow. But Naruto would not let his teacher take the hit. With a fierce growl, he summoned his chains, flinging them toward the rogue leader. They wrapped around his arms, constraining him, but the leader merely smirked, breaking free with ease. "Is that all you have?" he taunted, gathering more energy. "You think you can defeat me?" With a roar, Naruto unleashed a wave of necroplasmic energy, a surge that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath him as the attack collided with the rogue leader, but he stood firm, absorbing the power with a twisted grin. "Fool! You've only made me stronger," he bellowed, retaliating with a blast of dark energy. Naruto braced himself, feeling the force of the attack pushing him back. But he wouldn't yield. Drawing on the depths of his strength, he channeled the darkness within, merging it with his own chakra. The chains coiled around him, forming a protective barrier as he prepared for the inevitable clash. "No more games," he shouted, igniting the battlefield with a blinding light as he unleashed a devastating attack. The air crackled with energy, and as the two forces collided, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the village. When the dust settled, the battlefield lay in ruins, but Naruto stood tall, the chains swirling around him like a tempest. The rogue shinobi were scattered, their resolve broken. But amidst the chaos, the leader remained, injured but defiantly glaring at Naruto. "Impressive," he spat, wiping blood from his mouth. "But this isn't over. You may have won today, but we'll be back. You can't protect this village forever." "Try me," Naruto growled, feeling the dark power surge within him, ready to unleash its fury. "I'll crush anyone who threatens my home." With that declaration, the rogue leader retreated, signaling his remaining forces to fall back. The tension in the air began to dissipate as the villagers rallied around Naruto, their spirits ignited by his display of strength. "Way to go, Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, beaming with pride. "You really showed them." "That was insane," Sasuke added, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "But we need to stay alert. They'll be back, and next time, we won't be able to hold back." Naruto nodded, a fierce determination shining in his eyes. "I know. But I won't let them take this village. I'll protect everyone, no matter what." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over Kanata, Naruto stood amidst the ruins of battle, a warrior ready to face whatever darkness awaited. The power within him surged, a reminder of his newfound strength, but it was the bonds he forged with his friends that truly fueled his resolve. As the village began to regroup, the mood shifted from one of uncertainty to a fierce determination. The battle against the rogue shinobi had been a harsh reminder of the darkness that lurked beyond Konoha's borders. But it had also ignited a fire within the hearts of its defenders. Naruto stood at the forefront, a symbol of strength and resilience. "Gather everyone," he commanded, voice steady and resolute. "We need to strategize. They'll come back, and we have to be ready." Sasuke and Sakura moved quickly, rallying the villagers and shinobi alike. The remnants of the battle lay scattered around them, a testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. But there was no time for mourning. Instead, they focused on rebuilding, reinforcing their defenses, and preparing for the inevitable next strike. As the villagers gathered, Naruto stood on a makeshift platform, eyes scanning the crowd. Faces filled with both admiration and fear met his gaze. He felt the power within him, darker and more potent than ever, and he embraced it. It was not just a weapon but a part of who he was now, an integral part of his identity. "Listen up," he called, his voice echoing through the air. "Today, we fought back against a threat that wants to destroy our home. They underestimated us, and they will do so again if we don't stand united." Cheers erupted from the crowd, echoing through the village. Naruto felt a surge of pride and power. The darkness within him thrummed in response, urging him to let go, to fully embrace this godlike strength he possessed. He silenced the voice, however, focusing instead on the task at hand. "We need to train harder," he continued. "We're going to become stronger together. No one will take this village from us." As Naruto spoke, he saw Sasuke and Sakura nodding in agreement, their determination mirroring his own. Kakashi stood nearby, arms crossed, a proud smile hidden beneath his mask. The villagers rallied around their heroes, ready to fight for their home. Hours turned into days as they trained tirelessly. Naruto immersed himself in mastering his abilities, pushing the limits of his power with every session. The chains obeyed his every command, adapting to his will as he honed his skills. They became an extension of his being, a reminder of both the darkness he wielded and the responsibility it entailed. One evening, as the sun set and the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the village, Naruto found himself alone, reflecting on the path that lay ahead. The shadows of his past loomed over him, whispering dark temptations, but he pushed them aside. He was not just a vessel of darkness, he was a protector. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, emerging from the shadows. Naruto's senses heightened as he prepared for another confrontation. But as the figure stepped into the light, he recognized her Yukari, a skilled kunoichi and one of the few who had managed to withstand the onslaught of the rogue shinobi. "Yukari!" Naruto called, relief washing over him. "What brings you here?" "Good to see you, Naruto," she replied, breathless. "I came to warn you. The remnants of Orochimaru's forces are gathering. They are plotting something big." Naruto's expression hardened. "I knew they wouldn't give up that easily." "What do you know?" Yukari glanced around cautiously before continuing. "I overheard them discussing plans to strike at the heart of Kanata. They want to eliminate you and those close to you first. You're their biggest threat." "Then we'll prepare," Naruto said, determination fueling his words. "I won't let them take anyone from me. Not again." "Gather your team," Yukari urged. "You'll need everyone you can trust. This won't be a simple fight." Naruto nodded, already planning in his mind. He knew the stakes had risen significantly, and this time, he wouldn't just defend Kanata, he would obliterate the threat. As night fell, Naruto summoned Sasuke and Sakura, along with Kakashi and Yukari. They met in a training ground, the air thick with anticipation. "I have bad news," Naruto began, looking at each of them in turn. "Orochimaru's remnants are planning a massive attack on Kanata. They want to take me out first, which means they know I'm their biggest threat. We can't let them catch us off guard," Sasuke replied, his brow furrowing in concentration. "We need a solid strategy." Kakashi stepped forward, his tone serious. "We should divide our forces. Set up traps around the village to slow them down and give us time to react. If we can outsmart them, we might stand a chance." Yukari chimed in, her eyes glinting with determination. "We can also use our strengths to create diversions. I can summon shadow clones to confuse them while we prepare for the main assault." Naruto felt the darkness within him thrum with anticipation, eager to unleash chaos. But he pushed that urge aside, focusing on their strategy instead. "Let's do it. We'll set up defenses, and I'll take point. If they want to fight, I'll make sure they get more than they bargained for." The team worked tirelessly through the night, setting traps and fortifying their defenses. The atmosphere was tense but charged with energy. Naruto felt a sense of unity among them, a bond that transcended their individual struggles. They were warriors, ready to face the storm together. As dawn broke, casting a golden light over Kanata, they prepared for the incoming attack. The village was eerily quiet, the calm before the storm. Naruto stood at the front lines, chains swirling around him like a protective barrier. "Stay sharp," he instructed his team. "They'll come for me first, so be ready. We won't let them take us by surprise." Time seemed to stretch as they waited, hearts racing with anticipation. And then, like a thunderclap, The attack came. Rogue shinobi burst from the treeline, their dark figures the stark contrast against the bright morning sky. They charged toward Kanata, ready to unleash chaos and destruction. Naruto felt the rush of adrenaline course through him, the darkness within him roaring to life. Now, he shouted, unleashing his chains. They shot forward, snaring the first wave of attackers and immobilizing them with a flick of his wrist. "Watch my back!" Naruto yelled as he dove into the fray, chains lashing out and striking with lethal precision. The rogue shinobi fell before him, unable to withstand the onslaught of his power. Sasuke and Sakura were right behind him, their attacks synchronized and deadly. Sasuke unleashed his Sharingan, effortlessly reading the movements of their foes, while Sakura delivered powerful blows, her strength unmatched. But as the battle raged on, Naruto felt the presence of the rogue leader from before looming in the background, observing the chaos with a twisted grin. "You're strong, Uzumaki," he called out, his voice cutting through the chaos. "But strength alone won't save you?" Naruto turned, glaring at the leader. "I don't need your advice. You're just a coward hiding in the shadows." The rogue leader laughed, a chilling sound that echoed across the battlefield. "Cowardice? I'm merely biding my time. You think you can defeat me? You're merely a pawn in a much larger game." Naruto's patience wore thin, and he unleashed a torrent of necroplasmic energy, launching it straight at the rogue leader. "You'll find out just how wrong you are." The leader sidestepped, evading the blast with an unsettling ease. "You're fast, but speed won't help you when the true darkness descends upon this village." With a flick of his wrist, the rogue leader summoned a dark energy, and Naruto felt the air thicken with dread. Shadows danced around him, swirling with malicious intent. It was a darkness that felt familiar, echoing the power he wielded. Naruto steeled himself, summoning more chains, ready to lash out again. "You think your darkness can intimidate me? I've embraced the darkness. It's a part of me." The rogue leader sneered. "Then you understand the weight of what you carry. Embrace it fully, and you'll find the power you seek. But know this, you're not the only one with darkness at your command." With that, the rogue leader launched his attack, sending a wave of shadowy energy toward Naruto. He felt the pull, the seductive allure of the darkness trying to consume him. But instead of succumbing, he pushed back, channeling his own power into a counterattack. "Enough of this!" Naruto roared, feeling the chains surge with energy. He lashed them out, forming a barrier that clashed with the rogue leader's attack, creating an explosion of energy that lit up the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, Naruto found himself face to face with the rogue leader once more. They stood locked in a battle of wills, each pushing their powers to the limit. Naruto could feel the darkness within him writhing, eager to be unleashed. "I will not let you take this village," he shouted, determination blazing in his eyes. "I will protect what's mine, even if it means embracing the darkness." The rogue leader's smirk faltered for a moment, surprise flickering in his eyes. You're stronger than I anticipated." Naruto seized the moment, channeling all his energy into his chains. "This ends now," he declared, launching an attack that spiraled toward the rogue leader with blinding speed. But the leader was quick, dodging to the side and retaliating with a surge of dark energy. The two forces clashed, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. As the fight continued, Naruto felt his power growing, fueled by his resolve and the bonds he had forged with his friends. The darkness within him wasn't a curse, it was a weapon, one he would wield to protect those he loved. Finally, with a fierce cry, he unleashed the full extent of his abilities, the chains exploding with energy as they wrapped around the rogue leader. "You've underestimated me for the last time." The chains constricted, tightening around the leader, who struggled against their hold. "This isn't over, Uzumaki," he snarled, desperation creeping into his voice. "Not for you," Naruto replied coldly, summoning the darkest depths of his power. He unleashed a wave of necroplasm, consuming the rogue leader in a blinding light. The battlefield trembled as the explosion erupted, scattering the remaining rogue shinobi and sending them fleeing in terror. When the dust settled, Naruto stood victorious, chains still crackling with energy around him. His teammates gathered around him, faces filled with awe and relief. "You did it, Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, breathless. "You defeated him." "That was insane," Sasuke added, a newfound respect evident in his tone. "You've truly become something else." Kakashi stepped forward, pride evident in his eyes. "You've harnessed your power in a way that few can. This village is safe because of you." But Naruto felt a shift within him, the dark power whispering seductively in his mind. He had won, but the allure of darkness remained, a constant reminder of the path he walked. As they stood together, victorious, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. He had embraced the darkness, and it had made him stronger. But what would that mean for the future? As the sun began to set over Kanata, casting long shadows across the village, Naruto looked toward the horizon, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him next. With his friends by his side, he felt invincible, ready to carve a new path through the darkness that loomed ahead. The remnants of battle faded into the distance, the echoes of the confrontation with the rogue shinobi still resonating in the air. Konoha had emerged battered but unbroken, a testament to the resilience of his people. As Naruto stood among his friends, he felt a sense of pride swell within him. They had faced overwhelming odds and triumphed together, and he had wielded his newfound power with an intensity that left even him awestruck. Yet, beneath the surface of that victory lay an unsettling truth. The darkness that surged within him had not diminished, it lingered, whispering promises of untold power and strength. Naruto felt the weight of that darkness pressing down, an ever-present reminder of the path he had chosen. It was intoxicating, and as much as he tried to shake it off, he couldn't ignore the allure it held. "Let's head back," he finally said, shaking off the remnants of battle. "We need to regroup and prepare for whatever comes next." As they made their way back to the village, Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of the rogue leader's warning about the true darkness that was yet to come. He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, who walked beside him, their expressions a mix of relief and concern. "Do you think they'll come back?" Sakura asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Sasuke shrugged, his eyes scanning the horizon. "They will. And when they do, we'll be ready. We have to be." Naruto nodded, determination hardening within him. "We won't let them take our home. I'll do whatever it takes to protect everyone." The sun hung low in the sky as they entered Kanata, the warmth of the light contrasting sharply with the darkness that simmered within him. Villagers emerged from their homes, faces filled with gratitude and awe as they witnessed the heroes returning. Naruto felt a surge of pride at their cheers, but the voice of darkness murmured in the back of his mind, tempting him to revel in their adoration. "Look at them," he thought bitterly. "They see me as their savior. But do they even know the cost of his power?" As they reached the village square, the atmosphere shifted. Tsunade stood waiting, her expression stern but relieved. "You did well, Naruto," she began, her tone approving yet firm. "But we need to discuss the implications of today's events." Naruto braced himself for the conversation, aware that Tsunade was not one to shy away from difficult truths. "What's on your mind, Tsunade?" "The rogue shinobi were merely a distraction," she explained. "Their true goal was to test our defenses. We need to fortify Konoha and prepare for the real threat." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, and Naruto felt the darkness within him surge in response. "I can help," he said, voice steady. "I'll train harder, learn to master this power. I won't let them get to us again." Tsunade nodded, though her expression remained serious. "That power comes with a cost, Naruto. You must be careful. The more you draw on it, the more it can consume you." He waved her off, dismissing her concerns. "I can handle it. I've embraced this darkness, it's part of me now." Sasuke's gaze shifted toward Naruto, a hint of worry etched on his features. "Just remember that power isn't everything. We fight for each other, not just for strength." Naruto felt a flicker of annoyance at Sasuke's words, but he pushed it aside. "I know that. I'm not losing sight of who I am. I'll protect everyone, no matter the cost. With that, Tsunade outlined a plan to strengthen Konoha's defenses. Naruto listened intently, a fire igniting within him as he thought of the battles to come. He wanted to be strong enough to protect those he loved and to crush anyone who dared to threaten his home. Days turned into weeks as Naruto threw himself into training. He practiced relentlessly, pushing the boundaries of his abilities and delving deeper into the darkness that coursed through him. His chains became extensions of his will, each swing and strike calculated and devastating. He relished the power, the feeling of control that came with mastering it. Sasuke and Sakura trained alongside him, their growth paralleling his own. Sasuke's Sharingan evolved further, granting him insight into the depths of their training, while Sakura's strength surged, allowing her to unleash powerful attacks that could rival even Naruto's. "Keep up, you two," Naruto teased one day as they trained, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're going to need to be faster if you want to keep up with me." Sasuke shot him an irritated glance. "We're not here to race, idiot. Focus on your form." Naruto laughed, his spirits high. Fine. But you know I'm the strongest here." In the midst of their training, the village continued to rebuild and reinforce its defenses. New alliances were formed, and the shinobi of Konoha rallied together, united against the looming threat. Yet, despite their preparations, the sense of foreboding grew stronger. One evening, as Naruto trained alone in the forest, he felt a familiar presence approaching. It was Yukari, her expression serious as she stepped into the clearing. "I have news," she said, her tone urgent. "What is it?" Naruto asked, sensing the tension in her voice. "The remnants of Orochimaru's forces have made a move. They are gathering outside the village, and it looks like they are planning a large-scale assault." Naruto's heart raced at her words. "How soon?" "Within days," Yukari replied, urgency etched on her features. "We need to act quickly if we are going to stop them." A dark smile spread across Naruto's face, and he felt the power within him surge at the thought of battle. "Then let's prepare. I'll show them just how strong I have become." Yukari studied him for a moment, concern flickering in her eyes. "Be careful, Naruto. I have seen what this darkness can do. It can consume you if you are not careful." "Trust me," he replied, brushing off her concern. "I know what I'm doing." As they returned to the village, Naruto felt the excitement of battle coursing through him. The atmosphere was tense as he gathered his friends and allies, preparing to face the threat head-on. They rallied together, each shinobi aware of the stakes at hand. Under the flickering light of lanterns, Naruto addressed the gathered crowd, his voice steady and commanding. "Listen up. We have a fight ahead of us. Orochimaru's remnants want to destroy our home, and we won't let that happen." Cheers erupted from the crowd, their determination palpable. Naruto felt the darkness within him hum in response to their resolve, eager to be unleashed. "We'll fight together, and we'll show them that Konoha is not to be trifled with," he declared, fists clenched in determination. "No one will take what's ours." As the sun set on the eve of battle, Naruto felt the weight of his choices pressing down on him. The darkness within beckoned, and he embraced it fully, ready to unleash his power against those who dared to threaten his home. The next day dawned, a blood-red sky signaling the impending storm. Naruto stood at the forefront of Konoha's defenses, flanked by his friends and allies. The air was thick with tension as they awaited the approaching forces, their hearts pounding in anticipation. When the first wave of robed shinobi appeared on the horizon, Naruto felt the adrenaline surge within him. They marched forward, dark figures moving as one, intent on tearing down everything in their path. The sound of their footsteps resonated through the valley, a harbinger of the chaos to come. "Get ready," he shouted, voice booming across the battlefield. "This is it." As the enemy drew closer, Naruto summoned his chains, their dark forms coiling around him, eager to strike. He could feel the whispers of power urging him to unleash his fury, and he welcomed it. This was his moment. With a primal roar, Naruto charged forward, chains slicing through the air like serpents. The battlefield erupted into chaos as shinobi clashed, the sound of metal and screams filling the air. Naruto reveled in the chaos, unleashing wave after wave of necroplasmic energy, obliterating anyone who dared to stand in his way. "Is this all you've got?" he taunted, laughter echoing through the fray. "I expected more from Orochimaru's elite." The enemy wavered, unsure how to combat the sheer ferocity of Naruto's onslaught. His chains wrapped around rogue shinobi, lifting them into the air before slamming them down into the ground. He felt unstoppable, a force of nature fueled by rage and darkness. But in the midst of the battle, a familiar figure emerged from the chaos. Orochimaru's remaining lieutenant, a twisted grin plastered across his face. "So, the infamous Uzumaki has come to play," he mocked, voice dripping with disdain. "You think you can protect this pathetic village?" Naruto met his gaze, eyes ablaze with fury. "You think I care about your opinion? I'm here to crush you." With a flick of his wrist, Naruto unleashed a torrent of chains, aiming to ensnare the lieutenant. But the rogue shinobi was quick, dodging the attack with ease and retaliating with a blast of dark energy. The two forces collided, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Naruto felt the thrill of battle coursing through him, each clash of energy heightening his senses. He was alive, and he relished the power that surged within. As the fight continued, Naruto felt the darkness within him rising to new heights. He pushed himself further, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. He could feel the shadows enveloping him, granting him abilities beyond his wildest dreams. "Is this your best?" the lieutenant sneered, narrowly avoiding another strike. "You're nothing compared to the true power of Orochimaru." "Shut up!" Naruto roared, unleashing another wave of chains that ensnared the rogue shinobi. "I'll show you what real power looks like." With a surge of necroplasmic energy, Naruto propelled himself forward, launching into a flurry of devastating blows. Each strike resonated with the echoes of his determination, the darkness entwined with his very essence. He was not just fighting for Kanata, he was fighting to prove his strength. In a moment of desperation, the lieutenant unleashed a barrage of dark jutsu, attempting to overwhelm Naruto with sheer numbers. But Naruto remained unfazed, embracing the darkness swirling around him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a wave of necroplasmic energy that consumed everything in its path. The battlefield fell silent as the blast erupted, sending the lieutenant flying back. He landed with a heavy thud, defeated and broken. Naruto stood tall amidst the chaos, chains crackling with energy around him, a god among mortals. As the enemy forces faltered, Naruto felt a surge of triumph. "This is the power of darkness," he shouted, voice echoing through the remnants of the battlefield. "And I will not be stopped." But as the cheers of victory rang out, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this power truly his ally, or was it merely a mask hiding a darker truth? He pushed the thought aside, reveling in the moment, the thrill of battle drowning out any remnants of hesitation. For now, he was Naruto Uzumaki, the embodiment of darkness and strength, and he would stop at nothing to protect what was his. The echoes of the battlefield faded, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto looked out over the remnants of the fight. His friends rallied around him, and for a moment, he felt invincible. But deep down, the darkness whispered, waiting for the right moment to consume him entirely. And in that moment of triumph, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much darker journey. The battlefield lay in ruins, the remnants of the rogue shinobi scattered across the ground like broken toys. Konoha's defenders stood tall amidst the wreckage, the air heavy with the smell of smoke and victory. Cheers erupted from the gathered shinobi, their spirits lifted by Naruto's formidable display of power. But beneath the surface of celebration, a darkness lingered, its whispers growing louder within him. As he scanned the faces of his friends, Naruto felt a swell of pride. They had fought bravely, standing side by side against overwhelming odds. Yet, despite the camaraderie and the shared victory, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The darkness within him thrummed with anticipation, eager to be unleashed once more. Sasuke approached him, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. "That was insane, Naruto," he said, crossing his arms. "You really went all out back there?" Naruto smirked, the thrill of the fight still coursing through him. What can I say? I wanted to show them the real power of a ninja from Kanata. Sasuke's gaze hardened. Just remember to keep that power in check. It's one thing to win, it's another to let it control you. Control? Please. Naruto laughed dismissively, the darkness in him flaring with confidence. I'm not afraid of it. I'm embracing it. Maybe that's the problem, Sasuke shot back, frustration creeping into his voice. You think this darkness will protect you? You're playing with fire, Naruto. Naruto met his gaze, annoyance bubbling to the surface. You don't get it, Sasuke. This darkness makes me stronger. It allows me to protect everyone, even from myself. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, Sakura interjected. Let's just focus on what's next. We've won this battle, but there will be more challenges ahead. We need to regroup and strategize. Naruto nodded, the reality of their situation settling in. The victory was sweet, but it was fleeting. The remnants of Orochimaru's forces had been only a taste of the challenges to come, and he felt the pressure mounting on his shoulders. Right. We need to figure out what's next. If they are still out there, we have to be ready. As they moved away from the battlefield, Naruto felt the eyes of his comrades on him. They looked up to him as their leader, their beacon of hope. But the darkness within him twisted that feeling into something sinister, a hunger for recognition that threatened to consume him. He was more than just a hero, he was a force to be reckoned with. Days passed as the village celebrated their victory, but Naruto found little comfort in the festivities. Instead, he threw himself into training, pushing his limits further with each passing day. His abilities had grown exponentially, and he was determined to harness every ounce of power within him. During one particularly grueling session, he summoned his chains, the dark energy flowing freely as he practiced his techniques. With each lash, he could feel the darkness responding to his will, guiding him toward greater strength. Come on, he shouted into the empty training ground. Show me what you've got. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, interrupting his focus. Yukari stepped into the clearing, her expression serious. Naruto, we need to talk. Can't it wait? He replied, frustration evident in his voice. I'm busy. It can't, she insisted, stepping closer. This isn't just about your training. It's about what's coming. I've sensed a shift in the balance of power. What do you mean? He asked, irritation flaring. Are you trying to rain on my parade? Not at all. Yukari said quickly, her eyes narrowing. But you need to understand that this darkness you're embracing is drawing attention. There are forces out there that will come for you, and they won't hesitate to strike if they think you are vulnerable. Naruto crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his posture. You think I'm vulnerable? I just took down an entire rogue faction by myself. Exactly, she replied, frustration creeping into her voice. And that's precisely why you're a target. Your power is alluring to those who seek to manipulate it. Then let them come, he declared, confidence surging. I'll show them what happens when they mess with me. Yukari's expression softened, concern evident in her eyes. You need to be careful. This isn't just about strength, it's about control. If you lose sight of that, you could lose everything. Naruto felt a flicker of doubt creep in but pushed it aside. Control was for the weak. He had the power, and that was enough. I'll be fine, he insisted, turning away. I'll take care of whatever comes next. You'll see. With that, he resumed his training, the chains whizzing through the air as he embraced the power within him. He was a god among men, and he would not be held back. But as the days turned into weeks, a growing unease settled over the village. Reports of strange occurrences began to surface, dark figures lurking in the shadows, whispers of malevolent forces gathering. Naruto sensed a shift, but he refused to let it distract him from his training. One night, as he stood on a hill overlooking Kanata, the moon casting an eerie glow over the village, he felt a chill run down his spine. The darkness within him stirred, as if sensing something approaching. "What's going on?" he murmured, scanning the shadows. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "You're becoming more powerful, I see." Naruto turned to find Orochimaru's former apprentice, Kabuto, emerging from the shadows, a sly grin on his face. "What do you want, Kabuto?" Naruto asked, irritation flaring in his chest. "I'm here to offer you an opportunity," Kabuto said smoothly, stepping closer. "You have untapped potential, and I can help you harness it. Together, we could become unstoppable." Naruto narrowed his eyes, skepticism creeping in. "What's the catch?" "No catch, just a partnership," Kabuto replied, his tone persuasive. "With your power and my knowledge, we could bring true order to this chaotic world. Imagine it, no more weaklings, no more pathetic villages. We could reshape everything." Naruto felt the darkness within him pulse at the thought, the allure of power whispering sweet promises in his ear. "You think I'd join forces with you? You're still loyal to Orochimaru." "I'm loyal to power," Kabuto replied, voice dripping with conviction. "And right now, you are power incarnate. Join me, and we can ensure that Konoha becomes a force to be reckoned with together." Naruto considered his words, the darkness within him tempting him to accept. But a flicker of doubt remained. "I don't need you," he finally said, a cold smile forming on his lips. "I'm strong enough on my own." Kabuto's expression shifted, annoyance flaring. "You're a fool if you think you can handle this alone. There are greater powers at play, and you're just a pawn in their game." Naruto stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "I'm no pawn. I'm the one holding the strings. If you're not here to fight, then get out of my way." Kabuto sneered, a flicker of anger crossing his face. "Very well, but mark my words, Uzumaki. The darkness you wield will consume you if you are not careful." With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Naruto alone with the weight of his choices. The darkness swirled around him, tempting him to unleash his fury, but he pushed it aside. He would forge his own path, no matter the cost. In the days that followed, Naruto prepared for the inevitable clash. The whispers of danger grew louder, and he could feel the darkness within him responding, eager to be unleashed. He trained harder than ever, channeling his power into every strike, every move. But as the tension mounted, so did the pressure. The villagers began to express their concerns, fear creeping into their voices as they spoke of the darkness looming over Konoha. They looked to Naruto as their protector, but he could feel the unease growing in their hearts. One evening, as he stood atop the Hokage monument, watching the sun dip below the horizon, Tsunade approached him, her expression grave. "Naruto, we need to talk about your training." "What about it?" he replied, annoyance creeping into his tone. "It's not just about strength," she said firmly. "It's about being a leader. You can't let the darkness consume you. We need to protect the village together." "I don't need your lectures," Naruto snapped, frustration boiling over. "I'm stronger than I've ever been. I'll protect Konoha on my own if I have to." Tsunade's gaze hardened. "That's not how it works. You need to think about your friends and the people who look up to you. This power isn't just a tool, it's a responsibility." Naruto clenched his fists, the darkness within him thrumming in response. "I don't care about responsibility. I care about strength. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect this village." With that, he stormed away, the weight of her words hanging in the air. He didn't want to acknowledge the truth in them, he wanted to embrace the darkness that surged within him, a force he could control. As he prepared for the challenges to come, he felt the shadows gathering around him, whispering promises of power and dominance. He would not be a puppet for anyone. He would carve his own destiny, even if it meant embracing the darkness that threatened to consume him. In the heart of the night, he stood alone, surrounded by the echoes of his decisions, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but he welcomed it. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the harbinger of darkness, and he would not be stopped. Days turned into weeks as the tension in Kanata mounted. Naruto, consumed by his training and the intoxicating allure of his dark power, had become a shadow of his former self. He barely interacted with his friends, his laughter replaced by a cold, calculating demeanor. Every moment was spent honing his skills, pushing the limits of his abilities to new heights. His relationship with his comrades had become strained. Sasuke watched with a mix of concern and frustration as Naruto delved deeper into his dark powers. Sakura, too, felt the distance growing between them, her worries echoing Tsunade's. The village, once a beacon of hope and camaraderie, now felt heavy with a sense of foreboding. One evening, after another grueling training session, Naruto sat alone on a cliff overlooking Kanata. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow across the village. He closed his eyes, focusing on the darkness swirling within him, relishing the way it responded to his command. But even in his solitude, the whispers grew louder, a chorus of temptations and promises. "You are destined for greatness," they urged. "You could rule this world, bend it to your will. Why settle for being a mere protector?" "Shut up," he shouted into the night, anger surging as he wrestled with the conflicting emotions within him. "I'll do things my way." "Your way," a voice drawled from the shadows, breaking the tense silence. "Isn't it obvious? You're already lost." Naruto turned to find Kabuto leaning casually against a nearby tree, a smirk on his face. "I thought I told you to stay away," he growled, fists clenching at his sides. "I couldn't resist," Kabuto replied, stepping closer, his tone mocking. "I see you're fully embracing the darkness. But tell me, how does it feel to be a god among men, yet utterly alone?" "Shut up," Naruto hissed, irritation flaring. "I don't need your crap. I'm not alone." "Are you sure?" Kabuto pressed, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Look around. Your friends are worried about you. They see the monster you're becoming, and they're afraid. Isn't that funny?" The great Naruto Uzumaki, feared by his own village. Naruto felt a flicker of doubt creep in, but he quashed it ruthlessly. "I don't care what they think. I'm strong, and that's all that matters." "Strength alone will keep you safe," Kabuto retorted, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The darkness will consume you if you let it. You have a choice: embrace it fully and unleash its true power, or let it control you." Naruto felt a thrill of excitement at the suggestion, the darkness within him stirring in response. "What do you mean?" Kabuto grinned, a predator sensing an opportunity. "I can help you. Together, we can unlock your full potential. Imagine it a power beyond anything you can fathom. You could wipe out any enemy, reshape the world, and rule over all." Naruto's heart raced at the thought. "What do I have to do? Just give in to the darkness. Allow it to flow through you without restraint. Let me guide you." Kabuto stepped closer, his presence both comforting and menacing. "You already have the instincts. All you need is the right push." Naruto hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at him. But what if this was the answer? What if embracing the darkness truly set him free? "Don't you want to be more than just a protector?" Kabuto urged. "You have the chance to become a true ruler, feared and respected. All you have to do is take that final step." "What if I don't want to rule?" Naruto shot back, defiance flaring. "What if I just want to protect my friends and village?" Kabuto chuckled, his voice smooth and persuasive. "You can protect them while being their lord. They will follow you out of fear and admiration. You can have both. But only if you embrace the darkness fully." Naruto clenched his jaw, the turmoil within him growing. "I'll think about it," he muttered, turning away from Kabuto. "Just leave me alone for now." "Suit yourself," Kabuto replied, amusement lingering in his tone. "But remember, the longer you wait, the more you risk losing everything." As Kabuto vanished into the night, Naruto stood alone once more, grappling with his thoughts. The temptation was real, and the whispers within him only grew louder. He was powerful, yes, But at what cost? As he gazed at the moonlit village, he felt a strange pull. A desire for connection, yet an overwhelming need for dominance. He wanted to protect his home, but the darkness offered him a different kind of power, one that could reshape the very fabric of his existence. Days turned into a blur of intense training, increasingly reckless and exhilarating. Naruto found himself exploring new depths of his abilities, pushing past his limits, and reveling in the darkness that flowed through him. He could feel the chains responding to his will, extending and retracting with effortless precision. Each time he unleashed his power, the rush surged through him like wildfire, igniting a hunger for more. He began testing the limits of his strength, seeking out challenges to conquer. Rogue shinobi, wild animals, anything that could provide a thrill. With each battle, he embraced the darkness, fueling his abilities and allowing it to manifest in brutal, unforgiving ways. Sasuke and Sakura attempted to intervene, urging him to return to their training routines and reconnect with the bonds they once shared, but Naruto brushed them off. "I'm fine," he insisted, irritation rising in his chest. "You're just holding me back." "Fine," Sasuke challenged one day during a particularly brutal spar. "You're scaring everyone, Naruto. You need to realize that power comes with responsibility. You can't just do whatever you want without considering the consequences." Naruto felt anger boiling inside him. "I'm stronger than any of you. I don't need your lectures. You think you understand power? You don't have a clue what it feels like. Then show us." Sasuke shot back, his eyes narrowing. "Prove you can handle this without losing yourself." Naruto felt the chain slither around him, pulsing with energy. "I'll show you," he roared, summoning a wave of dark energy that blasted through the training ground, sending debris flying and forcing Sasuke to dodge. As the dust settled, Naruto stood at the center, the echoes of his own power ringing in his ears. "See? This is what I can do. I don't need your help." "Enough." Tsunade's voice cut through the tension like a knife. She stepped into the clearing, her expression fierce. "This isn't about proving yourself, Naruto. This is about the village's safety. You're playing a dangerous game, and I won't let you endanger everyone just to feed your ego." Naruto met her gaze, defiance etched on his features. "You don't understand. This is my choice. I'm not weak." Tsunade stepped closer, her expression softening slightly. "I know you're strong, but strength isn't everything. Don't let the darkness blind you to what truly matters." But Naruto shook his head, his resolve hardening. "You don't know what I've experienced. You don't understand what it means to be truly powerful." Tsunade sighed, frustration evident in her voice. "Then prove it by showing restraint, not by lashing out at those who care for you. Power is only as good as how you use it. Don't lose sight of that." With that, she turned away, leaving Naruto standing amidst the wreckage of the training ground, uncertainty clawing at his insides. What if she was right? What if the darkness was leading him down a path he couldn't return from? The whispers surged within him, taunting him. "Ignore them," they hissed. "Embrace the power. Show them what you can truly do." In the following weeks, as the threat of an impending attack loomed over Kanata, Naruto found himself caught in a maelstrom of emotions. He continued to train relentlessly, pushing the boundaries of his powers, but the unease within him was growing. The village remained tense, whispers of an imminent assault from Orochimaru's forces echoing in every corner. With every passing day, the atmosphere became heavier, anxiety filling the air like a thick fog. The villagers looked to Naruto for reassurance, and he found himself growing more distant from them. One evening, he found himself once again atop the Hokage monument, the moon bathing him in its silvery glow. Below, the village bustled with activity, but he felt isolated, the weight of expectation bearing down on him. The darkness whispered sweet nothings, coaxing him to embrace the chaos brewing within him. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the stillness. "You're becoming more reclusive," Sakura remarked, standing beside him. Her expression was filled with concern. "You can't keep shutting everyone out, Naruto? Naruto turned to her, annoyance bubbling within. I'm not shutting anyone out. I'm preparing for what's to come. What do you think you're preparing for? She pressed, determination in her gaze. You think this power will protect you? You're losing sight of what it means to be a hero. Hero? Naruto scoffed, his voice laced with contempt. What does that even mean? I've fought for this village time and again, and what do I get in return? Doubt and fear. Sakura frowned, hurt flashing across her face. That's not fair. We all believe in you. We want to help, but you have to let us in. Naruto stepped closer, frustration surging. You don't get it. You can't understand what I've gone through. I can't rely on anyone else. I have to do this alone. You don't have to do anything alone. Sakura shouted back, tears glistening in her eyes. We're your friends. We're here for you, no matter what. But the anger within him flared, drowning out her pleas. Friends? The darkness inside him mocked. What have friends ever done for you? You're stronger without them. In a fit of rage, Naruto unleashed a surge of energy, sending shockwaves through the air. Get out of my way, Sakura, he yelled, pushing her back with an invisible force. Sakura stumbled, shock etched on her face. Naruto, please. Don't let the darkness control you. As she regained her footing, a flicker of pain crossed her features. I just want to help you. Naruto turned away, a storm of conflicting emotions raging inside him. He was powerful, he didn't need anyone's help. But as he gazed out over the village, the weight of his choices loomed larger than ever. What had he become? As the days passed, Naruto continued his descent into darkness, growing more isolated from his friends. The tension in Konoha escalated as Orochimaru's forces began to move, their plans unfolding like a dark cloud threatening to engulf the village. But Naruto remained consumed by his training, his hunger for power eclipsing everything else. Finally, the day arrived. A massive army of rogue shinobi descended upon Konoha, their intent clear as they clashed against the village's defenses. The ground shook beneath their feet as Naruto stood at the forefront, watching the chaos unfold with an unsettling calm. His comrades rallied around him, but the unease in their eyes was unmistakable. They had fought together many times before, but now, the stakes felt different. Naruto felt the darkness surge within him, a potent force betting to be unleashed. Let's show them what we can do, he shouted, igniting the spirits of those around him. But as he launched into battle, a thrill coursed through him that had nothing to do with camaraderie. The battle raged, but Naruto's focus was singular. He tore through the ranks of the enemy, a whirlwind of destruction. Each strike was fueled by the darkness within him, his chains striking out like serpents, ensnaring foes, and dragging them into the abyss. He relished the power coursing through his veins, the chaos feeding his ego. As the fighting intensified, he caught sight of Sasuke and Sakura battling nearby, their teamwork seamless and effective. But Naruto felt a pan of irritation, the flickering bond they once shared overshadowed by his overwhelming desire to prove himself. Why do they even bother? He muttered to himself, the darkness whispering sweet promises of strength. They are just in my way. With a fierce roar, Naruto summoned the full extent of his power, a devastating wave of energy erupting from him and washing over the battlefield. The shockwave sent enemy shinobi flying, leaving devastation in its wake. Is this all they've got? He taunted, standing amidst the wreckage. This is pathetic. But the battle was far from over. From the depths of the enemy ranks, a formidable figure emerged, Orochimaru himself, a sinister smile twisting his lips. So, this is the power you've chosen to wield, Naruto Uzumaki, he called, his voice laced with mockery. How quaint. Naruto met his gaze, fury igniting within him. You're not going to take this village. Not while I'm still breathing. Orochimaru chuckled, stepping forward with an unsettling calm. But you misunderstand. This village is merely a stepping stone. I've come to offer you something much greater, a chance to truly understand your potential. I don't need anything from you. Naruto growled, chains lashing out instinctively. I'll crush you. But Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively. You think strength is all that matters? You're blinded by your own ambition. Embracing the darkness will only lead to your downfall. Enough! Naruto roared, lunging forward, the darkness within him erupting into a maelstrom of power. He unleashed his chains, intent on tearing Orochimaru apart, but the snake's sage vanished in a swirl of smoke, only to reappear behind him, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You have potential, Naruto, but you're wasting it, Orochimaru taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. You could be so much more than this brute force you wield. Join me, and I will show you the path to true power. Naruto gritted his teeth, fury surging within him. I don't need you. I'm strong enough on my own. But as he launched another attack, Orochimaru dodged effortlessly, the specter of his own limitations creeping into Naruto's mind. What if he was right? What if he truly was wasting his potential? With every exchange, Naruto could feel the darkness riding inside him, urging him to unleash even greater power. It twisted his thoughts, whispering that he was meant for more than just this fight. The allure of domination hung tantalizingly close. Face it, Naruto, Orochimaru continued, a predatory smile on his face. You cannot defeat me as you are. Accept my offer, and we will carve a new world together. The temptation flickered in his mind, the darkness urging him to consider it. He was powerful, but what if he could be more? What if he could reshape the world to his will, free from the constraints of friendship and loyalty? Enough! Naruto bellowed, summoning his full power, a tempest of dark energy erupting around him. The chains lashed out in all directions, tearing through the battlefield as he channeled the chaos swirling within. I'll do this my way. As the darkness enveloped him, the whispers became a deafening roar. He was a god among men, and he would not be swayed. The chains surged forward, enveloping Orochimaru in a grip of unyielding power. But as the dust settled, and the chaos of battle swirled around him, Naruto felt a flicker of doubt creep into his heart. What was he becoming? In the aftermath of the battle, as the dust settled over Kanata, Naruto stood amidst the wreckage, panting heavily. He had unleashed chaos like never before, his power ripping through the battlefield, but at what cost? The village lay in ruins, the cries of the wounded echoing in his ears. Sasuke approached cautiously, a mix of anger and concern etched on his face. What have you done, Naruto? He demanded, fists clenched at his sides. I won. Naruto shot back, defensiveness rising within him. I showed them the power of Kanata. Power isn't everything. Sasuke snapped. You've destroyed half the village. This isn't a victory, it's a disaster. Shut up. Naruto roared, anger flaring in his chest. You think you can lecture me? I'm the strongest. But at what cost? Sasuke pressed, his voice steady. You've become what you swore to fight against. This isn't strength, it's madness. Naruto felt the darkness swirl within him, rage and uncertainty clashing. Madness? He was strong. He was powerful. And he would not let anyone take that away from him. You don't get it. Naruto screamed, his voice breaking. I'm tired of being held back. I want to be free. Free. Sasuke replied, disbelief etched on his features. You're becoming a monster. This isn't freedom, it's self-destruction. But before Naruto could respond, Sakura stepped forward, her expression a mix of fear and determination. Naruto, please. We're here for you. We can help you find your way back. Naruto's heart raced as their words struck a chord deep within him. He looked around, taking in the destruction, the fear in their eyes, and a flicker of doubt settled in his mind. Was this truly the legacy he wanted? The darkness within him surged, urging him to lash out, but he fought against it. I can handle this, he shouted, desperate to believe it. But deep down, the whispers grew louder, reminding him of the power he could wield if he fully embraced it. You can be so much more. You can rule. Join us, Naruto? Sasuke implored, stepping closer. We can still fight together. You don't have to face this alone. But with every word, Naruto felt the darkness clawing at him, threatening to pull him back into its embrace. He was a god among men, and he wouldn't let anyone dictate his path. He would carve his own destiny, no matter the cost. I don't need you, he screamed, the chains erupting around him in a violent display of power. I'll show you all what true strength looks like. And with that, he turned away from his friends, the weight of his choices settling heavily on his shoulders. The path ahead was dark, but he welcomed it. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the harbinger of darkness, and he would not be stopped. As he stepped into the shadows, he felt a thrill of anticipation. This was only the beginning. As Naruto delved deeper into the abyss of his power, he felt an exhilaration that was both intoxicating and terrifying. He had severed his ties to the past, to the bonds that once anchored him to humanity. The remnants of his friendship with Sasuke and Sakura faded like distant echoes, drowned out by the seductive whispers of the darkness that urged him to embrace his true nature. With every passing day, the village bore the scars of his awakening. The once vibrant streets of Konoha were now filled with wary glances and hushed conversations. Citizens whispered about the boy who had once dreamed of becoming Hokage and now walked the thin line between hero and villain. They could feel the tension in the air, a heaviness that made their skin crawl, as if the very shadows themselves were alive with malice. Naruto, however, reveled in the chaos. He sought out the remnants of Orochimaru's forces, taking pleasure in dismantling their operations one by one. With his chains and dark abilities, he dispatched enemies with ruthless efficiency, but the thrill of each victory was tainted by the growing emptiness within him. His nights were spent training in the depths of the forest, away from prying eyes, where he could unleash his full potential without restraint. Each battle sharpened his skills, but they also deepened the rift between him and those who cared for him. He felt untouchable, yet he was isolated. One fateful evening, as Naruto stood alone atop a crumbling cliff, surveying the remnants of his battles, a figure approached from the shadows. It was Orochimaru, the snake sage's presence as unsettling as ever. Impressive work, Naruto, Orochimaru purred, his eyes glinting with approval. You've grown stronger than I anticipated. But you still have so much more to unlock. What do you want? Naruto snapped, his tone dripping with contempt. I don't need your approval. Ah, but you do, Orochimaru countered, stepping closer, an unsettling smile on his lips. Power is a fickle thing. You've tasted it, yet you still hesitate. You're still holding back. Naruto clenched his fists, his chains shifting restlessly around him. What are you getting at? Your potential is limitless, but you're trapped in this facade of strength and independence, Orochimaru said smoothly. You fear what you could become, don't you? You're afraid of losing control. Naruto's breath hitched, the truth in Orochimaru's words striking a nerve. He had embraced the darkness, but with each battle, he felt a flicker of fear. What if he truly lost himself? What if he became a monster? But the darkness surged within him, urging him to defy that fear. I'm not afraid, he asserted, voice steady. I'm stronger than I've ever been. I'll never lose control. Orochimaru chuckled, a low, sinister sound. You say that now, but the path you tread is treacherous. Embracing your darkness isn't about fear, it's about relinquishing control altogether. What do you mean? Naruto asked, intrigued despite himself. Let me show you, Orochimaru offered, his tone almost enticing. Join me, and I will teach you to harness that power without limits. You could become a force that even I cannot challenge. Naruto hesitated, the allure of such power tempting him. What's in it for you? He questioned, suspicion lacing his words. Ah, a wise question, Orochimaru replied, his smile widening. I seek a worthy successor. The world needs change, and you could be the harbinger of that change. In that moment, Naruto felt the darkness surge within him, igniting a primal instinct to seize power. The idea of becoming something greater, of reshaping the world, was intoxicating, But the nagging voice of doubt flickered in the back of his mind, reminding him of the cost. Why should I trust you? Naruto challenged, unwilling to be easily swayed. Because, Naruto, Orochimaru said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, you've already taken the first steps. You're closer than you'd think. Join me, and together we can forge a new destiny. In the days that followed, Naruto found himself torn between the whispers of the darkness and the remnants of his humanity. Each encounter with Orochimaru deepened his understanding of the power he could wield. But every night, as he gazed at the moonlit village, a flicker of doubt would gnaw at him. He continued to hunt down remnants of Orochimaru's forces, and as he fought, he embraced the chaos, finding joy in the destruction he left in his wake. Yet the aftermath left him hollow, the taste of victory dulled by the realization that he was alone. Sasuke and Sakura watched from a distance, their expressions filled with worry. They had not abandoned him, but he was a stranger now, someone they barely recognized. Every time they attempted to reach out, he pushed them away, the darkness whispering that they were only a hindrance to his true power. One day, after a particularly brutal skirmish with robed shinobi, Naruto stood atop a hill overlooking the village. He felt the wind whip through his hair, carrying with the descent of smoke and blood. He had fought hard, but the battle had left him feeling more empty than victorious. Why do you keep fighting? A voice called from behind him. It was Sakura, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. What are you trying to prove? Naruto turned, irritation bubbling within him. I'm proving that I'm strong enough to protect this village. I won't let anyone threaten it again. But at what cost? She pressed, stepping closer. You're losing yourself. This isn't a Naruto we knew. That Naruto was weak, he shot back, his voice rising. You think I'm going to just sit back and let others dictate my fate? I'll do whatever it takes. Sakura's expression softened, a mix of sadness and determination in her gaze. You don't have to do this alone. We want to help you. You're not just a weapon, you're our friend. Friend? Naruto scoffed, the bitterness pouring from him. Friends are just a liability. They'll only hold you back. Then you don't understand the true meaning of strength, she cried, anguish coloring her tone. True strength comes from standing together, not tearing each other apart. But Naruto's heart was hardened, the darkness swirling within him igniting a fury he couldn't suppress. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. In that moment, the shadows around him twisted and contorted, responding to his anger. Chains erupted from the ground, lashing out and nearly striking Sakura, who barely dodged in time. Stop, she shouted, panic rising in her voice. This isn't you, Naruto? But the darkness whispered promises of power and dominance, drowning out her pleas. He felt alive, the surge of energy flooding through him, and for a moment, he was intoxicated by the thrill of it all. As he stood there, wrestling with his emotions, a part of him yearned for connection, for understanding. But the louder part insisted on his solitude, the belief that he was destined for something greater. Days turned into a blur of chaos and conflict. As Orochimaru's forces began to mobilize, Naruto felt the anticipation build within him. The tension in the air was palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. He was prepared to confront Orochimaru and anyone else who threatened his newfound power. One fateful night, Naruto found himself standing alone in a forest, the moon casting an eerie glow over the trees. He focused on the darkness within him, feeling it pulse with energy. He was ready to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes caught his attention. He turned, and to his surprise, he found Sasuke standing before him, determination etched on his features. I'm done watching you destroy yourself, Sasuke declared, his voice unwavering. I'm here to bring you back. Back to what? Naruto retorted, irritation boiling beneath the surface. Back to weakness? I've found my true strength. No, Sasuke countered, stepping closer. This isn't strength, it's madness. You're losing control, and I won't let you slip away. Naruto felt a flicker of anger flare within him. You think you can stop me? You don't understand what I'm capable of. Sasuke's expression hardened. I understand more than you think. I have been down this path before, and I know where it leads. You can't allow the darkness to consume you. Consume me. Naruto laughed bitterly, chains swirling around him in a violet dance. This is who I am now. I won't let anyone take this from me. You're wrong, Sasuke pressed, urgency lacing his tone. You're not just fighting enemies, you're fighting yourself. Let me help you. But Naruto's anger ignited, the shadows around him growing restless. Help? I don't need help. You're just scared of what I've become. With that, he unleashed a wave of dark energy, sending Sasuke sprawling backward. The forest trembled beneath the force, the trees bending and breaking in his wake. Stop fighting me! Sasuke shouted, desperation coloring his voice. You can't win this battle alone. But Naruto was too far gone, the darkness urging him to embrace the chaos. I'll show you what true power looks like, he roared, his chains lashing out once more. As the two clashed, the night erupted into a violent maelstrom of energy. The shadows roared to life, encircling Naruto as he unleashed his full potential. Sasuke fought valiantly, but the darkness within Naruto was a force unlike anything he had ever faced. And in that moment, as they battled fiercely beneath the moonlit sky, the question loomed heavy in the air: would Naruto be able to resist the pull of darkness, or would he succumb to the very power he sought to wield? As Naruto and Sasuke clashed beneath the ghostly light of the moon, the air around them thickened with tension, the weight of their past hanging heavily in the atmosphere. Naruto could feel the darkness within him thrumming with energy, urging him to embrace the chaos, to unleash his full potential without restraint. He had tasted the thrill of power, and the seductive whispers of darkness promised more. The chains surged around him like serpents, lashing out toward Sasuke, who barely managed to evade the onslaught. Naruto, listen to me? Sasuke shouted, his voice strained with effort. This isn't you. You're not a monster. But Naruto was lost in the maelstrom of his fury, anger coursing through him like wildfire. You don't know what I am, he spat, his eyes alight with a fierce glow. I'm stronger than you've ever been. I've embraced what you fear. Sasuke countered swiftly, launching himself at Naruto, his own chakra flaring as he sought to reach his friend. Then prove it. Show me that you are still Naruto. Fight for what you believe in, not just for power. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Naruto's mind. He hesitated, just long enough for Sasuke to capitalize on the opportunity. With a surge of determination, Sasuke lunged forward, pushing through Naruto's chains and striking him squarely in the chest. The impact sent Naruto stumbling back, the darkness within him swirling in chaos. Why are you holding back? Sasuke demanded, breathing heavily. You're letting the darkness dictate your actions. You can still choose. For a brief moment, Naruto's resolve wavered. The chains fell still, and the whispers within quieted, leaving room for clarity. He remembered the bond they once shared, the times they fought together, laughed together. But that memory was quickly drowned by the insistent pull of the darkness, which reminded him of his newfound strength and how alone he felt. I'm stronger without you, he shouted, forcing the words past the uncertainty gnawing at him. You don't understand. I've fought for this power, and I won't let it slip away. With renewed fury, Naruto unleashed his chains again, aiming to ensnare Sasuke. The shadows flickered dangerously, reflecting the conflict raging within him. Sasuke dodged and countered with his own jutsu, his Sharingan flaring brightly. I won't let you destroy yourself, Naruto. Their battle raged on, an intricate dance of light and dark. Sasuke was relentless, using every skill he had learned to counter Naruto's chaotic attacks. But Naruto's newfound power was immense, the darkness giving him strength beyond measure. Every blow landed echoed the turmoil in his heart as struggle between who he was and who he was becoming. Dash. As the fight intensified, the very ground beneath them cracked and splintered, the forest itself feeling the impact of their clash. Naruto felt exhilaration surging through him, but with each strike, He also felt the crushing weight of his isolation. He was powerful, yes, but at what cost? Stop running, Sasuke yelled, desperation in his voice. Face what you're becoming. Fight for your friends, for Konoha. The mention of Konoha struck a chord within Naruto, and for a fleeting second, he paused. The faces of his friends, their hopes and dreams, flashed through his mind. He remembered the bond they shared, the laughter and camaraderie. But the darkness was quick to pounce, warping those memories into a twisted version of reality, showing him that they would never understand his quest for power. Friends? Naruto echoed, the bitterness creeping back into his tone. You think I need friends? I'm beyond that. I can be a god, Sasuke. Is that what you want? Sasuke pressed, the frustration mounting in his eyes. To be a god? To rule over everything? You're not a god, Naruto. You're just a scared kid hiding behind his power. The words struck deep. Scared, the notion ignited a flicker of rage, but it also pierced through the fog of his ego. Was he merely hiding behind the power? What if everything he had fought for was meaningless in the face of this darkness? With a roar, Naruto summoned the full force of his chains, lashing out with reckless abandon. I'll show you who's scared, he bellowed, the darkness within him amplifying his strength. The shadows writhed, forming monstrous shapes that seemed to echo his inner turmoil. But as Sasuke stood firm, dodging and countering, Naruto felt something unexpected, a connection. The intensity of Sasuke's gaze, the unwavering determination to bring him back to the light, stirred something deep within him. Could he truly be stronger with others by his side? Do you think this power makes you invincible? Sasuke challenged, a fierce glint in his eyes. True strength is about more than just power. It's about trust, friendship, and fighting for those you care about. A surge of conflicting emotions crashed over Naruto. Was he truly alone? The answer seemed to lie in the very heart of their battle. Sasuke's words resonated, striking at the core of his being. He was powerful, but it was the price of that power that weighed heavily on his soul. In that moment of vulnerability, Naruto unleashed a pulse of energy, causing the chains to recoil, but instead of attacking, he stepped back. What am I doing? He muttered, the shadows around him dimming slightly. Sasuke's expression shifted from determination to cautious hope. Naruto. Enough! Naruto shouted, his voice filled with uncertainty. I don't want to lose myself, but I don't want to be weak either. I want to be strong, but I don't want to hurt anyone. I want. What do you want? Sasuke interrupted, stepping forward. You have to decide what kind of person you want to be. Don't let the darkness choose for you. The weight of Sasuke's words hung heavy in the air, and for the first time, Naruto felt the chains of the darkness around him loosening. The whispers that had promised power began to fade, replaced by the echoes of friendship, of laughter, of the life he once wanted. I want to protect this village, he finally admitted, his voice breaking. I want to be the Hokage, but I don't want to do it alone anymore. The chains fell to the ground, dissipating into shadows as the darkness receded, leaving only Naruto standing there, trembling with the realization of what he had almost lost. He looked at Sasuke, the resolve in his eyes returning, but this time it was tempered with understanding. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I let the darkness blind me, Naruto said, his voice steadying. But I won't let it take me anymore. Sasuke stepped closer, a faint smile breaking through the tension. Let's fight together, then. We can face whatever comes our way. As the two of them stood together, side by side, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt lighter, the oppressive weight of darkness beginning to lift. They had a long road ahead, and Orochimaru's forces were still a threat looming on the horizon, but for the first time in a long time, Naruto felt a sense of purpose beyond power. Let's end this, Naruto declared, a newfound determination igniting within him. Together. Sasuke nodded, his expression resolute. Together. And with that, they launched into action, moving as one, ready to confront the darkness that awaited them not just in Orochimaru's forces but within themselves. The battle was far from over, but they would face it united, their bonds stronger than ever. As they charged forward, Naruto felt his shadows retreating, the chains that once bound him now transformed into a source of strength. He was no longer alone, he had chosen to fight for something greater. And with that choice came a power that neither darkness nor fear could extinguish. As Naruto and Sasuke charged into the depths of the forest, their resolve sharpened, they felt the very air crackle with anticipation. The darkness that had once threatened to consume Naruto now served as a reminder of the power they wielded together. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but for the first time, he didn't feel alone in his battle against it. Their destination was a hidden lair where remnants of Orochimaru's forces had begun to gather, biding their time for a chance to strike at Kanata. Rumors had spread of a new, formidable weapon that Orochimaru was developing, one that could tip the scales of power in favor of the robed shinobi. Naruto was determined to crush any hope of that weapon ever seeing the light of day. As they navigated through the dense underbrush, the forest seemed to come alive, the shadows shifting in a way that felt both familiar and alien. The whispers that once called to him were now muted, replaced by the steady rhythm of their hearts beating in sync. It was a reminder that he had chosen a path that was not dictated by darkness but illuminated by the bonds he had forged. "What do you think we'll find?" Sasuke asked, scanning their surroundings, his expression serious and focused. "Whatever it is, we'll face it together," Naruto replied, a confident grin spreading across his face. "They don't stand a chance against us." As they approached a clearing, they spotted a makeshift encampment, shrouded in darkness. The flickering lights from torches cast eerie shadows on the faces of the gathered shinobi, their expressions grim and determined. In the center stood a figure cloaked in darkness, flanked by several imposing guards. Orochimaru. Naruto's blood boiled at the sight of the snake sage. "It's time to end this." With a shared glance of understanding, Naruto and Sasuke lunged into action, bursting into the clearing with a ferocity that took the enemy by surprise. The moment they entered the fray, chaos erupted. Naruto unleashed his chains, extending them with precision as they snaked through the air, wrapping around one of Orochimaru's guards and yanking him off his feet. The guard landed hard, the impact echoing through the clearing. Sasuke was right beside him, utilizing his Sharingan to predict the movements of the enemy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing a cluster of Orochimaru's followers who scrambled to evade the flames. "Stay focused," Sasuke shouted over the din of battle. As they fought side by side, a bond stronger than before surged between them. They anticipated each other's moves, flowing like water in their coordinated attacks. Naruto felt invincible, each strike fueled by the camaraderie they shared. He relished the feeling of power coursing through him, no longer twisted by darkness but illuminated by the light of their friendship. "Is this all you have?" Orochimaru's voice cut through the chaos, cold and mocking. "You think you can take me down with such trivial tactics?" Naruto's eyes narrowed, the hatred for Orochimaru bubbling to the surface. "You'll regret underestimating us." With that declaration, Naruto summoned a massive chain, one that coiled like a serpent ready to strike. He hurled it toward Orochimaru, who barely dodged, the chain narrowly missing him. The ground where it struck shattered, sending splinters of earth flying. "Impressive," Orochimaru said, a sinister grin on his face. "But you're going to need more than that." With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru unleashed a barrage of snakes from his sleeve, the serpents slithering through the air toward Naruto and Sasuke. "You've always been too reckless, Naruto," he taunted. "Let's see how you handle this." Naruto barely had time to react, but Sasuke was already ahead of him. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," he shouted, unleashing a massive fireball that consumed the serpents, incinerating them before they could reach them. "Nice save," Naruto shouted, a grin on his face as they pressed forward. But Orochimaru wasn't finished. He unleashed a series of jutsu, the air crackling with energy as he summoned powerful techniques to counter their assault. "You're fighting for the wrong reasons. Power without purpose is meaningless," he shouted, disdain evident in his tone. "Purpose?" Naruto scoffed, determination solidifying in his gaze. I've found my purpose. It's to protect those I care about, even if it means fighting you. The anger in Naruto surged, and with a primal scream, he unleashed a wave of energy that radiated outward, forcing back Orochimaru's minions. Let's end this. Dash. As the battle raged on, Naruto felt the darkness simmering beneath his skin, a stark reminder of what he could have become. But now, it felt like a weapon under his control, a powerful ally rather than a curse. He harnessed that energy, allowing it to fuel his every move. He could see the fear in the eyes of Orochimaru's followers as they recognized the fury of a determined ninja. Is this all you can do? Orochimaru spat, frustration creeping into his voice. You're just a child playing at power? Naruto narrowed his eyes, his chains coiling around him like a tempest. You're wrong. I'm not just a child, I'm the one who will end your reign of terror. With renewed strength, Naruto charged at Orochimaru, his chains flaring to life as he swung them with precision. Orochimaru attempted to evade, but Naruto was faster, ensnaring him in a binding grip that held the snake sage in place. Now, Sasuke? Naruto shouted, his heart racing with adrenaline. Sasuke understood instantly. He activated his Sharingan, drawing on the Chuko within him. Chidori, he cried, surging forward with the electrifying energy in his hand, aiming for Orochimaru's heart. The air crackled with energy as Sasuke closed the distance, determination etched on his face. This ends now, he declared, thrusting the Chidori forward. Dash. Just as Sasuke's attack was about to land, Orochimaru unleashed a surge of chakra, but it was too late. The Chidori struck true, piercing through the darkness that surrounded Orochimaru. The impact sent shockwaves through the clearing, forcing everyone to stagger back as Orochimaru cried out in pain. Impossible, he gasped, shock written all over his face. You shouldn't have been able to touch me? Naruto tightened his grip on the chains, watching as the snake sage staggered back. You underestimated us, Orochimaru. You thought you could control me, but I've chosen my own path. With that proclamation, Naruto summoned the darkness within him one last time, channeling it into a final strike. Chains of hell, he shouted, the chains bursting forth with renewed fury, ensnaring Orochimaru, and dragging him to the ground. The clearing fell silent as the dust settled, the aftermath of their fierce battle leaving a lingering tension in the air. Orochimaru struggled against the chains, but it was clear he was trapped. This isn't over. Orochimaru spat, his voice dripping with venom. I will return, and when I do, you will regret this day. Not if I have anything to say about it, Naruto replied coldly, standing tall. I'll be ready for you. Sasuke stepped forward, ready to finish what they had started. It's time for you to face the consequences of your actions, Orochimaru. But before they could land the final blow, Orochimaru's body began to dissolve into a swarm of snakes, slitting through the chains and vanishing into the night. Naruto slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Damn it! He got away. It doesn't matter, Sasuke replied, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We've dealt him a serious blow today. He won't be able to regroup easily after this. As they took a moment to catch their breath, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had won, but the fight against the darkness was far from over. Dash. Hey, Naruto said, breaking the silence. Thanks for having my back out there. I don't think I could have done this without you. Sasuke nodded, a rare smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. We're a team. We always have been. The bond they shared felt stronger than ever, forged in the fires of battle and tempered by the understanding that they could rise above the darkness together. Let's head back, Naruto said, glancing toward the path leading back to Kanata. We have a village to protect, and I think I finally understand what that means. As they made their way back through the forest, the weight of their victory hung in the air, mingled with the promise of challenges to come. Naruto felt a renewed sense of purpose, the darkness within him no longer a burden but a tool of power he would wield responsibly. And as they stepped back into the light of Kanata, he knew that whatever came next, They would face it together, side by side. The shadows would always be there, but so would their bonds, and together they could shape their destinies anew. In that moment, Naruto Uzumaki chose to embrace both the light and the dark, knowing that the true power lay in the balance between them. As Naruto and Sasuke made their way back to Konoha, the forest around them began to lighten with the approach of dawn. The first rays of sunlight broke through the treetops, illuminating their path as they navigated the remnants of their battle. With each step, the weight of the recent confrontation lifted slightly, but Naruto knew that their struggle was far from over. Orochimaru had escaped, and the threat he posed was still very real. "Do you think he'll come after us again?" Sasuke asked, breaking the contemplative silence between them. His voice held a mixture of concern and resolve. "Definitely," Naruto replied, his tone serious. "But this time, I'll be ready. We'll be ready. We know what he's capable of now." As they approached the village gates, the familiar sight of Konoha came into view, the peaceful morning juxtaposed sharply with the chaos they had just endured. Naruto could see villagers starting their day, unaware of the battle that had just taken place. It was a stark reminder of what he fought for, their safety and the future of the village. "What do we tell everyone?" Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing as they neared the entrance. "About Orochimaru, I mean." "Let's keep it simple," Naruto suggested, a grin breaking through his earlier seriousness. "We tell them we kicked his ass and that he's not coming back anytime soon." Sasuke chuckled, a rare lightness in his demeanor. "That might be a bit oversimplified." "Okay, maybe not that simple," Naruto admitted, scratching the back of his head. "But we can say we stopped him from launching a full-scale attack, and we'll prepare in case he tries again. They deserve to know that we're on guard." As they stepped through the gates, the familiar sounds and sights of Konoha washed over them, filling Naruto with a sense of belonging and purpose. The warmth of the sun on his face felt reassuring, and he could hear the distant laughter of children playing in a village square. This was his home, and he would do whatever it took to protect it. Once inside, they made their way to the Hokage's office to report their victory and strategize for the future. The air felt charged with anticipation as they approached the door. Naruto pushed it open with a flourish, stepping inside with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Tsunade," he called, drawing her attention from a pile of paperwork. The fifth Hokage looked up, a mixture of irritation and curiosity flickering across her face. "What is it, Naruto?" she asked, her tone both exasperated and intrigued. "You know I have a lot of work to do." "We have news," Naruto declared, his voice brimming with energy. "We just took down some of Orochimaru's forces. We need to prepare for what he might try next." Tsunade's expression shifted from annoyance to seriousness in an instant. "What do you mean?" "Details." Sasuke stepped forward, sensing the urgency of the situation. "We fought against Orochimaru's minions, and while we didn't catch him, we dealt a significant blow to his plans. He won't be able to launch an attack on Konoha anytime soon, but we can't let our guard down." Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her brow furrowing in thought. "I see. This changes things. If Orochimaru is regrouping, we need to be prepared." Naruto nodded eagerly, feeling the adrenaline still coursing through him. "We should increase patrols around the village and start training more ninja for combat. If we know what he's planning, we can counter it." "Good idea," Tsunade replied, her tone firm. "I'll issue a village-wide alert. We need to be ready for anything. But you two also need to rest. You've both been through a lot." "Rest? But I'm ready to keep going," Naruto protested, his enthusiasm undeterred. "You're a ninja, not a machine," Tsunade replied, her voice steady. "You need to recuperate. Take a day to recover, and then we can discuss the next steps." "Fine," Naruto conceded, crossing his arms in exaggerated frustration. "But we should be training." "I'll make sure we train," Sasuke interjected, his voice calm. "But rest is important. It's not just about power, it's about strategy." After their meeting, Naruto and Sasuke stepped outside. The sun now fully risen in the sky, casting a warm glow over Konoha. They made their way through the village, the familiar sights and sounds bringing a sense of comfort. "Do you think the others are safe?" Naruto asked, his tone shifting to a more serious note as they walked past the training grounds. "What if Orochimaru targets them next?" "They'll be fine," Sasuke replied, glancing over at Naruto. "They have the village's protection, and with the new preparations we're setting in place, we can ensure that nothing slips through the cracks. But we need to remain vigilant." Naruto nodded, a renewed determination lighting up his eyes. "I'll train harder. I want to be strong enough to protect everyone. I won't let anyone down again." Sasuke smirked, shaking his head. "You always want to be the hero, don't you?" "Damn right." Naruto grinned. "Someone has to be." They continued their walk, but Naruto couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered at the back of his mind. Orochimaru was out there, and the darkness he had nearly succumbed to was still a part of him. He knew he had to remain strong not just for himself, but for everyone in Konoha. As they walked past the ramen shop, Naruto paused, a grin spreading across his face. "Hey, let's grab some ramen. I think we've earned it after everything we've been through." Sasuke raised an eyebrow, but a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Fine. But just this once." Dash. As they settled into their seats at the ramen shop, Naruto ordered his usual, excitement bubbling in him at the prospect of a warm bowl of miso ramen. Sasuke sat across from him, a look of mild annoyance mixed with amusement. "You and your obsession with ramen," Sasuke remarked, shaking his head as he watched Naruto eagerly dig into his meal. "Hey, don't knock it until you try it." Naruto replied, slurping up a noodle with delight. "It's the best." As they enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere around them shifted. The usual hustle and bustle of the shop felt comforting, and Naruto allowed himself a moment of peace. He watched the villagers laughing and chatting, the sense of community enveloping him like a warm blanket. "Hey, Sasuke," Naruto said between bites, "do you ever think about what happens after we take down Orochimaru?" Sasuke paused, considering the question. "I think about it. But right now, our focus should be on the present and preparing for what's next." "But what if we become stronger than we ever imagined?" Naruto pressed, leaning forward. "What if we can protect not just Konoha but the entire world?" "Dreaming big again, are we?" Sasuke replied, smirking. "It's good to aim high, but remember that we are still just shinobi. We have our limits." Naruto scoffed, shaking his head. "Limits are meant to be broken. If I can tap into the darkness within and control it, imagine the potential we could unlock." "You're right about one thing," Sasuke admitted, leaning back in his chair. "But power isn't everything. You need to have the right intentions." Naruto nodded, his expression serious. "I know. I'm not just fighting for power anymore. I'm fighting for everyone I care about. For the future we can build together." Dash. After finishing their meal, they stepped back outside into the warmth of the sun, the streets of Konoha bustling with activity. Naruto's heart swelled with pride as he took in the sights. He could feel the resolve within him solidifying, a mixture of determination and clarity. "We should get started on training," Naruto suggested, turning to Sasuke. "The sooner we are ready, the better." "Agreed," Sasuke replied, his expression shifting to focus. "But let's not forget what we learned in our last battle. We need to work on strategy, too." As they made their way to the training grounds, Naruto felt a sense of purpose driving him forward. He had embraced the darkness within him but vowed to wield it as a weapon for good, not just for power's sake. With each step, he felt more prepared to face the challenges ahead, to protect his friends and his village, and to prove that he could be more than just a vessel for power. He would be a force for change, a protector, and a leader. As they reached the training grounds, the sun hung high above, casting a brilliant light on the two ninjas who stood at the precipice of their next chapter. Together, they would train, grow stronger, and face whatever darkness awaited them. And Naruto knew that no matter what came their way, they would rise to the challenge. They would fight, not just for themselves, but for everyone they held dear. With that thought in mind, Naruto clenched his fists, ready to embrace the path before him, where light and dark would intertwine, and true strength would emerge. As Naruto and Sasuke stepped into the training grounds, the familiar sights of the dojo wooden dummies, training mats, and various weapons greeted them. The sounds of other ninjas sparring and the rhythmic thud of fists against training dummies filled the air, creating a palpable energy of focus and determination. Naruto cracked his knuckles, a fierce grin stretching across his face. Time to show everyone what we've got. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his demeanor cool and collected. We should start by assessing our strengths and weaknesses. We can't afford to underestimate our opponents. Right, right. Naruto replied, his enthusiasm undeterred. But first, how about a friendly spar? Let's see how far we've come since we last trained together. Sasuke smirked, the challenge sparking a competitive fire in his eyes. Fine. But don't expect me to go easy on you. Wouldn't dream of it. Naruto shot back, his chakra flaring as he prepared for their spar. The two positioned themselves a few meters apart, the tension in the air thick with anticipation. They faced each other, each ninja ready to test their skills. As they took a moment to center themselves, Naruto's mind flashed back to their last fight against Orochimaru. The thrill of the battle still pulsed through him, igniting a fierce desire to grow stronger. Let's do this! Naruto shouted, his voice filled with excitement. With that, they charged at each other, Sasuke moving with the grace of a predator, while Naruto charged in with reckless abandon. The moment their fists collided, the sound echoed through the training grounds, drawing the attention of nearby ninjas. Sasuke ducked under a wild swing from Naruto and retaliated with a quick jab to his side. You're too predictable, he taunted. Naruto grinned, using the pain to fuel his resolve. Predictable? Watch this. He channeled chakra into his legs, enhancing his speed as he dashed behind Sasuke, attempting to land a kick from the side. Sasuke spun around, narrowly evading the strike and countering with a powerful roundhouse kick. Naruto barely managed to block it, the force sending him skidding back. Nice move, but I'm not done yet. Naruto declared, summoning the chains from his dark power. The ethereal links shot out like serpents, aiming for Sasuke. Chains already? Sasuke countered, a smirk on his lips as he dodged the initial attack. You must really be getting serious. Naruto laughed, relishing the challenge. You know it. Let's see if you can keep up. He unleashed the chains again, this time using them to create a barrier around himself, forcing Sasuke to come up with a new strategy. Impressive, Sasuke admitted, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move. He unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the area around Naruto. But can you withstand this? The flames danced dangerously close, but Naruto didn't flinch. He summoned a wave of darkness that coalesced into a shield, absorbing the fire and extinguishing it before it could reach him. Is that all you've got? He challenged, feeling exhilarated by the display of their combined powers. With renewed energy, Naruto charged forward, chains lashing out as he closed the distance. Sasuke met him head-on, their fists colliding with explosive force. The ground beneath them trembled from the impact, creating shockwaves that sent other ninjas in the vicinity stumbling. As they fought, their surroundings faded, leaving only the thrill of combat. Naruto felt the darkness within him an echo of the power he had tapped into during his confrontation with Orochimaru. It felt different now, more controlled, more a part of him. With every clash, every strike, he realized that he was no longer just a vessel for power, he was becoming something greater. Sasuke, too, was pushing himself to the limit, using his Sharingan to anticipate Naruto's moves. You're improving, but you still rely too much on brute force, he called out, dodging another chain attack with agility. You need to think strategically. Strategy is great and all, Naruto replied, panting slightly but grinning, but you can't forget about power. He lunged again, this time spinning to strike with a kick that Sasuke barely blocked. The force of the blow pushed him back, giving Naruto the moment he needed. Time to finish this. Naruto roared, focusing his chakra and channeling the dark energy that surged within him. The chains glowed ominously, their shadows stretching and intertwining, forming a massive whip that lashed out towards Sasuke. But Sasuke wasn't about to back down. If you think I'll let you end this easily, you're mistaken. He gathered his chakra, the air around him crackling as he prepared his own counterattack. Chidori. The two techniques clashed violently, the sheer force of their powers causing a massive explosion of energy that reverberated through the training ground. Dust and debris filled the air, momentarily obscuring their figures. As the dust settled, both boys stood panting, their gazes locked on each other, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The ground around them was scorched and cracked, a testament to their battle. Not bad, Sasuke admitted, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. You've improved quite a bit. Naruto beamed, his pride swelling. I could say the same about you. We're both getting stronger. Just then, a voice interrupted them. What are you two doing? Destroying the training grounds again. They turned to see Sakura approaching, arms crossed, and a frown on her face. You know, some of us actually like to use this area for training too. Naruto chuckled, brushing off the concern. Relax, Sakura. We were just testing our skills. No big deal. Sakura rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smile. You two are impossible. Just try to keep it down. We don't want to scare away the villagers. Yeah, Naruto replied, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand. We're just getting started. The sun was now high in the sky, and they continued to train, pushing each other to their limits. The laughter and shouts of nearby ninjas echoed around them as they fought, a constant reminder of the community they were part of. As the hours passed, Naruto felt the weariness in his limbs but also the satisfaction of progress. He and Sasuke were becoming stronger, honing their abilities to combat whatever threats lay ahead. Alright, let's take a break, Sasuke suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow. We've put in enough work for today. Agreed, Naruto replied, breathing heavily but feeling accomplished. I'm starving anyway. Let's grab some more ramen. Sasuke sighed, a fond exasperation in his tone. Of course you're thinking about food. You never change, do you? Why would I? Naruto said with a grin. Food is fuel. Plus, it's the best. As they walked back toward the village, their camaraderie felt stronger than ever. They had faced the darkness together, both in battle and within themselves, and each victory brought them closer to the strength they sought. The sun began to dip in the sky as they approached the ramen shop again. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing Naruto's senses. He rushed in, eagerly placing his order as Sasuke followed behind, shaking his head at Naruto's enthusiasm. Just remember, don't eat it all at once, Sasuke cautioned, smirking as he watched Naruto practically bounce in place with excitement. Yeah, I know. Naruto retorted, grinning widely. But you can't blame me for wanting to enjoy it. As they settled into their seats, the warmth of the shop enveloped them. Naruto took a moment to appreciate the simplicity of the moment: a warm meal, good company, and the comfort of knowing that they were doing everything they could to protect their home. I think we should get everyone together soon, Naruto suggested, slurping up a noodle. If we can train as a team, we'll be even stronger. Sounds like a plan, Sasuke agreed, nodding thoughtfully. We need to foster unity. If we work together, we can face any threat. Exactly. With everyone's powers combined, there's no way we can lose. Naruto declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As they finished their meal, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. This was what he fought for: the bonds, the laughter, the strength of their friendships. Once they finished eating and paid for their meal, they stepped back outside, the sun setting in the distance, casting a golden hue over the village. Naruto inhaled deeply, the cool evening air invigorating him. I'm ready for whatever comes next, he stated confidently, looking toward the horizon. Orochimaru and any other threats won't stand a chance. Sasuke stood beside him, his expression serious. Just remember that strength alone isn't enough. We need to stay smart and adaptable. I know, Naruto replied, his tone firm. But I'll never let the darkness consume me again. I'll control it, use it to protect everyone I care about. As they walked back toward their homes, Naruto felt a wave of determination wash over him. They had faced darkness and come out stronger on the other side. As Naruto and Sasuke walked through the quiet streets of Kanata, the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows behind them. The village was slowly winding down for the night, the hustle and bustle of the day giving way to the tranquility of evening. However, within Naruto, the fires of ambition burned brightly, fueled by the recent training and the looming threat of Orochimaru. Do you think the others are training as hard as we are? Naruto asked, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Sasuke shrugged, his gaze focused ahead. They should be. With everything that's happened, I'd expect them to be on guard. But you know how it is. Some will slack off. He paused, then added, we should check in with Sakura and the others tomorrow. Training together could help everyone prepare. Right. A team training session sounds perfect, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Imagine the look on everyone's faces when they see how strong we've gotten. Just don't get too carried away. They might not appreciate you gloating about your new powers, Sasuke cautioned, smirking at the thought. Naruto laughed, his spirits lifted. I can't help it. It's all part of being the best. As they reached Naruto's home, the comforting familiarity of his surroundings enveloped him. The small house was filled with memories of his childhood, a mix of loneliness and joy that shaped who he was. He turned to Sasuke, an idea sparking in his mind. Hey, why don't you come in for a bit? I can whip us up something to eat. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, skepticism written across his face. You're cooking? Are you sure that's a good idea? Come in. I've improved a lot. I won't burn the place down, I promise. Naruto insisted, waving his hands animatedly. Fine, Sasuke relented, crossing the threshold into Naruto's home. But if I get food poisoning, I'm holding you responsible. Inside, Naruto rummaged through his limited supplies, determined to make something decent. As he worked, he chatted with Sasuke, their earlier camaraderie resurfacing. Remember when we were kids and you used to say you wouldn't eat my cooking? Naruto asked, stirring a pot of ramen. Yeah, and for good reason, Sasuke replied, leaning against the counter, watching with mild amusement. Your culinary skills were, well, let's just say they left something to be desired. Hey. I was just experimenting. Naruto protested, turning to face him with a mock frown. Besides, it's all about the journey, right? Sasuke shrugged, the corner of his mouth twitching up in a smirk. I guess you could say that. Just don't experiment too much tonight. As the aroma of cooking ramen filled the small kitchen, Naruto's excitement grew. He ladled the steaming noodles into bowls and added the toppings with great care, determined to impress his friend. Here we go. Feast your eyes on this masterpiece. Naruto declared, setting the bowls on the table with a flourish. Sasuke picked up his chopsticks and examined the ramen. Looks decent, he remarked, taking a cautious bite. Naruto watched eagerly as Sasuke chewed, his expression a mix of anticipation and anxiety. After a moment, Sasuke nodded, his eyes widening slightly. Okay, I'll admit it's better than I expected. Naruto beamed, the praise filling him with pride. See? I told you I've improved. Now, imagine what I could do with a full kitchen. They finished their meal, the conversation flowing easily as they reminisced about their childhood antics and adventures. With each laugh and shared memory, Naruto felt the bond between them strengthening, a reminder of how far they had come since their early days as rivals. Tomorrow, we'll gather everyone and put together a training schedule, Naruto suggested, leaning back in his chair. I want to see everyone's improvements, especially Sakura's. Agreed. She's been working hard, Sasuke replied, folding his arms. But we need to ensure that everyone understands the seriousness of the situation. Orochimaru won't hold back, and neither can we. Naruto's expression darkened slightly at the mention of their enemy. Yeah, and I won't let him take anything away from us again. Not this time. Sasuke nodded, sensing the shift in Naruto's mood. Good. Channel that determination into your training. But remember, it's not just about raw power. Strategy and teamwork are just as important. Right. I'll work on my strategy too, Naruto replied, determination returning to his voice. But first, let's get some rest. We've got a big day ahead of us. As the evening wound down, Naruto walked Sasuke to the door. Thanks for hanging out, man. It feels good to just relax after everything. Sasuke nodded, a rare smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. Yeah, we should do this more often. Definitely. Just wait until I make something even better next time. Naruto laughed, waving goodbye as Sasuke headed down the street. Once inside, Naruto felt the weariness of the day settle over him. He quickly cleaned up the kitchen, the clatter of dishes echoing softly in the quiet house. As he finished, he plopped down on his bed, the exhaustion catching up to him. But as he lay there, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts drifted to the dark power that lay within him. He felt it stir, a familiar presence that both excited and unsettled him. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, seeking to understand and control this aspect of himself better. Show me what you can do, he whispered into the darkness of his mind. I need to learn. In the depths of his consciousness, Naruto felt the power awaken. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, coiling like serpents in the darkness. He'd embraced it, feeling the strength pulse through him. Unlike before, he wasn't afraid, he was in control. Visions swirled around him, flashes of battles, both won and lost, memories of pain and triumph. He could feel the echoes of the past intertwining with his present, giving him a glimpse of what he could become. Focus, he commanded himself, the darkness responding to his will. He'd imagined using it to strengthen himself, to protect his friends and village. I will wield this power, not be consumed by it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, the dark silhouette that seemed to pulse with energy. You seek strength, Naruto Uzumaki, the figure said, its voice echoing in the void. But true power comes with a price. Naruto stood tall, undeterred. I'm ready to pay whatever price I must. I won't let anyone down again. The figure chuckled, a chilling sound that resonated through the darkness. Very well. If you can harness the shadows without losing yourself, you may just become unstoppable. With that, Naruto awoke from his trance, the morning sun filtering through his window. He sat up, heart racing, the remnants of the dark power still lingering in his veins. He could feel a newfound resolve within him, a promise to embrace the darkness while using it for his purpose. Today would mark a turning point in their training. He could feel it in the air, an electric tension that signified change. After a quick breakfast, Naruto dashed out the door, determination fueling his every step. He was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him, to unite his friends, and to prepare for the inevitable confrontation with Orochimaru. As he made his way to the training grounds, the village felt alive around him. He greeted villagers with a smile, his confidence radiating as he thought about what lay ahead. Today's the day, he muttered to himself, grinning. Let's show everyone what we can do. Upon reaching the training grounds, Naruto found that Sakura was already there, practicing her chakra control. She looked up and waved, her expression brightening. Morning, Naruto. You're early. Of course. I've got big plans for today, he declared, stretching his arms and preparing for the training session. What's the plan? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued as she joined him. We're going to train together as a team. I want to see what everyone has been working on, Naruto replied enthusiastically. Just then, Sasuke arrived, his demeanor calm and composed. Looks like you're both ready. Good. We need to maximize our time today. Let's get everyone together then. Naruto exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. This is going to be awesome. Over the next hour, they gathered their teammates Kakashi, Lee, and even Tenten showed up. The group formed a loose circle, their spirits high as they prepared for the training session. All right, everyone. Naruto called out, his voice filled with determination. Today, we are not just training as individuals, we're training as a team. We need to get stronger together to face whatever threats come our way. Kakashi nodded, his usual lazy demeanor replaced by focus. Good call, Naruto. Strength in numbers is crucial, especially with the looming threat of Orochimaru. We need to prepare for the worst. Lee, full of enthusiasm, raised his fist. Yes. Let's show our power and work together, like the strong comrades we are. Agreed, Tenten added, her eyes glinting with determination. We'll make sure we are ready for anything. Naruto beamed at his friends, their energy fueling his own. All right. Let's start with some sparring drills. We'll pair up and push each other to our limits. The training began in earnest, the group pairing off and engaging in fierce sparring sessions. Naruto quickly teamed up with Sasuke, the two of them falling into a rhythm of quick exchanges and powerful strikes. As they fought, Naruto felt the rush of adrenaline and the thrill of combat. He pushed himself harder, experimenting with the dark chains, trying to incorporate them into his fighting style. Not bad, Sasuke remarked, dodging another chain strike and landing a solid punch to Naruto's gut. But you need to control your anger. Letting it dictate your moves will only lead to mistakes. Naruto grunted but took the advice to heart. I know. I'm working on it. He countered with a flurry of punches, channeling his chakra to enhance his speed. Their sparring continued, each fighter pushing the other, until they were both breathless and exhilarated. After the initial rounds, the group regrouped to discuss their progress. I can see everyone's improvement, Kakashi noted, glancing around the circle. But we still have work to do. We need to strategize our strengths and weaknesses more effectively. Naruto nodded, determined to lead the charge. All right. Let's break into smaller groups and focus on what each of us excels at. We can learn from one another. The team agreed, dividing into pairs and starting to work on specific techniques, sharing knowledge, and honing their skills. As Naruto watched his friends train, a sense of pride welled up within him. They were all growing stronger, learning to trust in one another's abilities. The bonds they forged in training were becoming as strong as any jutsu. Hours passed in a blur of movement and determination. Sweat dripped from their brows as they pushed themselves, the sun dipping lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the training grounds. Naruto felt his sense of satisfaction as they wrapped up for the day. Great job, everyone. We really worked hard today. Yeah, but we still need to improve, Sasuke replied, wiping his brow. Orochimaru won't hold back, and neither can we. We'll be ready, Naruto insisted, confidence radiating from him. We're a team, and together we can take on anything. As they began to disperse, Naruto felt a lingering sense of anticipation. Tomorrow, they would continue to push their limits, to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. And deep within, the dark power continued to awaken, a reminder of the potential that lay dormant, ready to be unleashed when the time came. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of oranges and purples, casting a serene glow over Kanata. But for Naruto, the serenity was fleeting. His thoughts raced, fueled by the promise of power that lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to unleash its true potential. The following day, the training resumed with an intensity that surprised even Naruto. He was determined to harness the dark energy that surged within him, eager to integrate it into his abilities. As the team gathered once more at the training grounds, Naruto felt a burning desire to showcase his newfound strength. All right, everyone. Today is going to be different, he announced, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. I want to demonstrate something that will blow your minds. Sakura raised an eyebrow, skepticism mixed with curiosity. What do you mean, Naruto? Just watch, he replied, grinning mischievously. With a deep breath, Naruto concentrated, calling upon a darkness that resonated within him. He felt a familiar presence envelop him, a swirling mass of shadows and energy that tingled against his skin. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on a single thought: control. Suddenly, dark chains erupted from the ground, slithering up around him in an intricate pattern. The group gasped as they witnessed the chains intertwine, forming a protective barrier around Naruto. Whoa! That's amazing! Lead exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. Impressive, Naruto, Kakashi said, nodding in approval. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You must not lose control. I won't, Naruto asserted, his voice steady as he directed the chains to dance around him, illustrating his command over the shadows. This power is mine to control, and I'll use it to protect our village. Let's see how it holds up against a challenge, Sasuke suggested, his competitive spirit ignited. How about a friendly match? Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. Bring it on. As the two faced off, the air crackled with tension. Naruto summoned the chains to form weapons, whips and spears that shimmered with dark energy. Sasuke, always prepared, activated his Sharingan, his gaze locked on Naruto's every movement. Let's see if those chains can keep up with me, Sasuke taunted, dashing forward with blinding speed. The moment Sasuke launched, Naruto sent a chain flying at him, but Sasuke dodged with agility, narrowly escaping the attack. They exchanged blows, each move growing more intense as they pushed each other to their limits. Not bad, but you need to focus, Sasuke shouted, countering with a flurry of kunai that Naruto barely managed to deflect with his chains. Focus, heh? How about I show you my focus? Naruto retorted, summoning more chains that whipped around him like a tempest. The dark tendrils lashed out, entangling Sasuke's legs momentarily, but he quickly recovered, using his Sharingan to predict Naruto's next move. With a well-timed kick, he broke free, launching into the air. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Sasuke shouted, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward Naruto. In a flash, Naruto reacted, summoning a wall of chains to absorb the impact. The fire clashed against the shadows, creating a massive explosion that sent debris flying. As the smoke cleared, the chains retracted, revealing Naruto standing unscathed, a smirk on his face. Nice try, but it'll take more than that to take me down, he shouted, adrenaline pumping through his veins. The battle escalated, each fighter pushing their limits. The rest of their friends watched in awe, realizing just how much stronger both Naruto and Sasuke had become. Are they always this intense? Tenten asked, glancing at Sakura, who nodded, a proud smile on her face. It's always been like this between them. They just keep getting better, Sakura replied, admiration evident in her voice. Come on, Naruto. Lee cheered, raising his fists in encouragement. Show Sasuke what you've got. With renewed determination, Naruto called upon the depths of his power. The chains surged forward, wrapping around Sasuke's arms and legs, restricting his movements. Now I've got you? Sasuke grinned, even as he struggled against the restraints. Not yet. With a surge of chakra, he activated his Chidori, using the lightning-infused energy to cut through the chains and break free. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Impressive. But I'm not done. He summoned more chains, weaving them into a massive net that he flung towards Sasuke. The net exploded into a mass of dark energy, engulfing the area and creating a swirling vortex. Sasuke leaped out of the way just in time, landing gracefully on a nearby tree branch. Let's turn it up a notch, Sasuke called out, his voice steady. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of Sasuke clones flooded the battlefield, all ready to attack. Naruto grinned, loving the challenge. All right, let's see how many I can take down. The ensuing battle became a flurry of chaos and power, each side showcasing their strength. Naruto used his chains to immobilize as many clones as he could while Sasuke's clones darted around, launching kunai and executing quick strikes. As the training session progressed, the atmosphere shifted. The competition ignited a fierce camaraderie among them, pushing everyone to unleash their potential. They were not just friends, they were warriors preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Orochimaru. After several exhausting rounds, Naruto and Sasuke finally paused, both panting heavily but wearing victorious grins. The others gathered around, their faces reflecting admiration and pride. "That was insane," Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. "You both have gotten so much stronger." "Yeah, but we're not done yet," Naruto said, determination still burning in his eyes. "We need to keep training until we're unbeatable." Kakashi stepped forward, his expression serious. "As impressive as that was, remember that power alone won't guarantee victory. You must also rely on strategy and teamwork." "Right. We'll work on that too," Naruto replied, feeling invigorated by the challenge. As the day wore on, they continued their training, focusing on coordinating their abilities and blending their strengths. Each member of the team contributed, sharing techniques and strategizing how to fight as one cohesive unit. With each passing hour, Naruto felt the dark power within him grow stronger. It became more than just a tool, it was a part of him, a source of strength that fueled his ambitions. But with that power came an unsettling awareness. As he harnessed it, he could feel the darkness whispering in the back of his mind, tempting him with promises of domination and control. Yet he remained resolute, determined to use it for his friends and village, not to become a pawn of the shadows. As night fell, the team gathered around a small campfire, fatigue settling in after a long day of training. The stars twinkled overhead, illuminating their tired but proud expressions. "That was one of our best training sessions yet," Tenten said, stifling a yawn. "I can't believe how much we all improved." "Tomorrow, we'll do even better," Naruto asserted, his spirit unwavering. "We can't let our guard down." "Agreed," Sasuke added, his gaze distant as if already considering their next steps. "Orochimaru will come after us soon. We need to be prepared." "Let him come," Naruto declared, slamming a fist into his palm. "We'll show him what we're made of." The night passed quietly, but in Naruto's dreams, the dark power stirred once more. Visions of battles and shadows danced in his mind, calling to him, pushing him to embrace the full extent of his abilities. "Awaken, Naruto," a voice whispered, echoing through his consciousness. "Embrace your true nature. The world will bow before you." He fought against the seductive pull of the voice, reminding himself of the path he chose. "I won't be consumed by darkness," he vowed, waking up drenched in sweat. "I will be the light that protects my village." With renewed resolve, he got up, ready to face another day of training. The following weeks turned into a whirlwind of intense training sessions, each member of the team honing their skills, growing closer as friends and allies. They faced challenges and obstacles, but with every sparring match, they grew stronger and more united. Naruto's power began to manifest in new ways. He found himself able to summon weapons made of shadows, creating devastating attacks that caught even Sasuke off guard. Each time he unleashed the dark energy, he felt himself teetering on the edge of a new awakening, a deeper connection to the forces within him. "Focus, Naruto," Kakashi reminded him during one training session. "Channel that energy without letting it control you." "I know." Naruto snapped back, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "I'm trying." As he trained, the whispers from the shadows grew louder, a constant reminder of the darkness lurking within. But Naruto held onto his friends, their laughter and encouragement grounding him. "Don't forget why you fight," Sakura reminded him one evening, after a particularly grueling session. "We're all in this together. You're not alone." The tension in Konoha began to rise as rumors of Orochimaru's activities circulated. The village was on high alert, and the team began preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Naruto felt the urgency within himself and his team grow, feeding the dark power that simmered just beneath the surface. As the days turned into weeks, Naruto's training became more focused, blending his dark abilities with the skills he had honed as a ninja. He was no longer just a brash boy chasing dreams, he had evolved into a force to be reckoned with, a warrior fueled by vengeance and ambition. Alright, everyone. Today, we're going to simulate a real battle against Orochimaru's forces, Naruto declared, his voice carrying authority that caught the attention of his teammates. We need to strategize and adapt to any situation. Sounds good, Sasuke replied, adjusting his headband. But remember, Orochimaru is cunning. We need to be prepared for traps and tricks. I'll take care of traps. Sakura chimed in, her confidence blooming with each passing day. I've been practicing my chakra detection. Lee pumped his fists, filled with enthusiasm. And I'll be the one to charge in head first. No enemy can withstand my might. Tenten smirked, adjusting her weapons. Just don't get yourself caught, Lee. We need you in one piece. With the roles assigned, they began their training exercise, stepping into a makeshift battlefield that mimicked the chaotic environment they might encounter. Naruto led the charge, his chains swirling around him, ready to respond to any attack. Let's go, he shouted, rushing forward, shadows trailing behind him like a dark cloak. The mock battle unfolded with intensity. Sasuke unleashed his Sharingan, effortlessly dodging and countering Lee's exuberant attacks, while Sakura supported from the back, using her chakra to reinforce her teammates and enhance their movements. Naruto focused on his chains, using them to create barriers and launch surprise attacks on his friends, testing their reflexes and adaptability. He felt exhilarated, the thrill of combat coursing through his veins. But amid the excitement, the dark voice grew louder, echoing in his mind. Embrace your power, Naruto. Show them your true strength. Make them fear you. Naruto gritted his teeth, shaking off the insistent whispers. I'm not afraid of you, he yelled inwardly, channeling his rage into the battle. With a roar, he summoned multiple chains that shot out like a net, ensnaring Lee and forcing him to the ground. Gotcha, he exclaimed, laughing as he flexed his power. Okay. I give up. Lee shouted, unable to escape the restraints. But I'll be back. As the training continued, Naruto felt himself becoming increasingly detached from his teammates, the dark whispers becoming more persuasive. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to dominate. He wanted to be feared, not just as a ninja but as a being of incredible power. During a break, he set off to the side, the others discussing strategies and laughing amongst themselves. He felt a disconnect growing, a rift widening between him and the bonds they had forged. You okay, Naruto? Sakura asked, noticing his distance. Yeah, just thinking about our next moves, he replied, masking his internal struggle with a casual demeanor. Don't forget, we're all in this together. We're stronger as a team, she reminded him, her eyes earnest. Sure, he muttered, forcing a smile. But deep inside, the allure of power continued to beckon. The darkness whispered promises of victory and supremacy, urging him to embrace the very essence of who he could become. As the weeks passed, the day of reckoning arrived. Rumors spread like wildfire that Orochimaru was planning a full-scale attack on Kanata. The village was on high alert, with every ninja preparing for the impending conflict. In the early hours before dawn, Naruto gathered his friends for one last training session, determination radiating from him. Today's the day we show Orochimaru that he made a mistake coming after us. The team stood together, a united front ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Let's show him what we're made of. Naruto shouted, his voice echoing in the stillness of the morning. They began to train with a ferocity that reflected their resolve. Techniques flowed seamlessly, strategies were perfected, and the bond they shared solidified. But as Naruto trained, the whispers in his mind became a roaring tide, and he found it harder to ignore. Use your power, Naruto. Don't hold back. Show them who you really are. Shut up, he barked, startling his friends. "I don't need you." "Who are you talking to?" Sasuke asked, brow furrowed in concern. "Nothing. Let's just keep training." Naruto snapped back, frustration boiling within him. As the sun rose higher in the sky, a sense of dread loomed over the village. The tension was palpable as the villagers prepared for the worst. Naruto and his friends gathered at the village gates, adrenaline coursing through their veins. "Stay alert," Kakashi instructed, scanning the horizon. "Orochimaru won't come alone. He'll bring his strongest forces to try and overwhelm us." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, a chilling laughter echoed through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. From the shadows emerged Orochimaru, flanked by his loyal followers Kabuto and the Sound Four. "Ah, Kanata?" Orochimaru purred, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. "How delightful to see you all gathered here. Ready for your demise." Naruto stepped forward, his auras shifting. "We're not afraid of you, Orochimaru. We'll protect our village with everything we have." Orochimaru chuckled darkly, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "We'll see about that, little ninja." With a sudden flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of snakes that slithered toward them, ready to engulf the team in chaos. "Now!" Naruto yelled, summoning his dark chains to ensnare the snakes, pulling them back into the shadows. "Let's show him what we've got." The battle erupted into chaos. Naruto fought with ferocity, his chains slicing through Orochimaru's minions, showcasing his overwhelming power. He felt exhilarated, each attack further igniting the dark energy within him. "Is this all you've got?" he taunted, throwing a chain that ensnared one of the Sound Four. "You'll have to do better than that." As he battled, Sasuke took on Kabuto, their moves fluid and precise, each trying to outwit the other. Sakura supported them, her medical ninjutsu bolstering their energy, while Lee and Denton fought fiercely against the other foes. But in the heat of battle, Naruto found himself consumed by the darkness, the whispers drowning out everything else. "Embrace it, Naruto. Let it guide you to victory." "Shut up," he growled, but the voice only intensified, pushing him further into chaos. The fight raged on, and Naruto felt an uncontrollable surge of power swell within him. With a primal roar, he released a wave of dark energy that riddled through the battlefield, stunning everyone momentarily. The sheer force knocked several enemies off their feet. "Look at you!" Orochimaru taunted, eyes narrowing. "You're letting the darkness take hold. You're becoming a monster." "Maybe I am." Naruto roared back, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "But I'll be a monster that protects what matters." The power within him reached a peak, and he unleashed a barrage of chains that struck down his enemies with ruthless precision. The air crackled with energy, the shadows bending to his will. "Is this the best you can do, Orochimaru?" Naruto shouted, his voice a dark echo. "You're nothing compared to the power I wield." But just as victory seemed within reach, the shadows flickered, and Naruto felt a sudden pull, as if something inside him was stirring. The voice grew louder, more insistent, promising power beyond his wildest dreams. "Unleash everything, Naruto. Take your rightful place." "Stop," he shouted, clutching his head. "I won't let you control me." In that moment of weakness, Orochimaru seized the opportunity, using his infamous jutsu to summon a dark serpent that lunged at Naruto. "Your power is nothing without control," Orochimaru hissed, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Naruto's heart raced as he barely dodged the strike. In the chaos, he felt the balance shifting, the darkness beckoning him with an alluring promise. "Embrace the shadows." "No," he screamed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "I am not a pawn for you or anyone else." In that declaration of defiance, a surge of energy erupted from him, drowning out the whispers and asserting his dominance. Chains erupted from his body, intertwining with the shadows, forming a massive vortex of dark energy that spiraled outwards, pushing back Orochimaru's forces. The battlefield shifted, and Naruto felt empowered like never before. With a roar of triumph, he unleashed the full extent of his dark abilities, swallowing Orochimaru's snakes in a tidal wave of shadows. "Now it's my turn," he bellowed, directing the entity towards Orochimaru. The chain snaked forward, wrapping around the serpent and pulling it into the abyss of darkness. "No!" Orochimaru shouted, eyes wide with fear. "This isn't over." But Naruto was done holding back. With a final surge of willpower, he directed the chains at Orochimaru, their dark entity coursing through them. The shadows intertwined, forming a colossal binding that surged with raw power. "I will protect my village," Naruto declared, the light within him shining brighter than the darkness. With one final push, he unleashed the chains, entangling Orochimaru in a web of shadows that sealed his fate. As the dust settled, the battlefield fell silent, the echoes of combat fading into the night. Naruto stood, breathing heavily, the weight of victory washing over him. He had faced the darkness within and emerged stronger, ready to confront any challenges that lay ahead. His friends rushed to his side, cheers erupting as they celebrated their hard-fought victory. "You did it, Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. "We did it together," Naruto replied, feeling the warmth of their camaraderie surround him. As they shared in the triumph, the dark whispers faded, replaced by the laughter and strength of their bond. Naruto knew the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges, but he was ready to face them head-on, with his friends by his side. Together, they had forged a bond that transcended darkness, a bond that would carry them through whatever trials awaited them. And as they stood together, united in purpose and strength, Naruto realized that true power lay not in domination but in the connections they shared. As the jubilant celebration unfolded, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Kanata. The village that once seemed distant now felt like home, a place where bonds of friendship were forged in the crucible of battle. Naruto looked around at his friends, a fierce pride swelling within him. "Let's not forget why we fight," he said, his voice steady as he gathered their attention. "This victory is just the beginning. We need to remain vigilant. Orochimaru might not be the only threat out there." Sasuke nodded, crossing his arms, his expression serious. "We can't let our guard down. If anything, this just shows how much stronger we need to become." "And how much stronger I am," Naruto declared, a smirk playing on his lips. "If Orochimaru didn't stand a chance, just imagine what will happen to anyone else who dares to challenge us." Sakura laughed, lightening the mood. "Just don't let it go to your head, Naruto. We still need to work as a team." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, but the truth lingered in his mind. The darkness within him was still there, a constant companion whispering promises of power and domination. He could feel it gnawing at the edges of his consciousness, urging him to unleash it fully. As the days passed, whispers of Naruto's newfound strength spread throughout the village. Some viewed him as a hero, others regarded him with apprehension. The dark power that had surged during the battle left an impression, one that didn't fade easily. At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade sat across from Kakashi, her brow furrowed in concern. "What do you think of Naruto's transformation?" she asked, her tone serious. Kakashi sighed, contemplating his words. "He's always had immense potential, but this new power, it's different. I worry about how it might change him. Power can corrupt if left unchecked." Tsunade leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. "He seems to be handling it well for now, but we need to keep a close watch on him. If he loses control, the consequences could be catastrophic." Kakashi nodded, his gaze distant. "Naruto has a way of surprising us, but he's also driven by a desire for recognition and strength. If he feels that power sliding away, it could lead him down a darker path." Meanwhile, Naruto found himself training harder than ever. Every day, he pushed his limits, blending his ninja techniques with the dark abilities that thrummed beneath his skin. He sought out the deepest corners of his potential, yearning to master the shadows that called to him. During one of his training sessions in the forest, he found a secluded clearing, shrouded in mist. The atmosphere felt heavy, charged with energy, as if the shadows themselves were waiting for him. He closed his eyes, focusing on the darkness within. Show me your true power, he commanded, feeling the energy pulse around him. Chains erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier. They twisted and writhed, as if alive, responding to his every thought. Embrace me, Naruto. Together, we will become unstoppable. Shut up, he yelled, grappling with the internal battle raging inside him. I don't need you. I can control this power. But the voice only grew stronger, echoing through his mind. You cannot resist what you are destined to be. Power is your birthright. Accept it. With a frustrated growl, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, sending chains spiraling into the air, carving through the mist. The force of his emotions surged forth, igniting the shadows, bending them to his will. As the chains wrapped around trees, the shadows danced with his anger. I am not afraid, he shouted, a mix of defiance and determination. Later that night, as the moon hung high in the sky, Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, gazing down at the village below. The cool breeze rustled his hair, and for a moment, he felt at peace. But the calm was fleeting, as the darkness beckoned him once more. Why do you hesitate? The voice taunted, wrapping around his thoughts like a serpent. You could have it all. Why waste time playing the hero? Because I'm not a monster? Naruto snapped back, clenching his fists. I'm going to protect everyone. The shadows swirled around him, almost mocking his resolve. Protection is for the weak. Strength is what matters. They will fear you, and then they will respect you. Naruto inhaled sharply, the temptation gnawing at his core. The duality of his existence, hero and potential tyrant, clashed violently within him. He yearned for power but didn't want to lose himself in the process. As dawn broke, a sense of urgency filled the air. Rumors of a new threat began to circulate, a rogue group seeking to capture powerful shinobi. They had heard tales of Naruto's strength and intended to exploit it. Gathered at the training grounds, Naruto and his friends were alerted to the impending danger. We can't let them take us by surprise, Sasuke stated, his expression hardening. Yeah. Lee added enthusiastically. We'll show them what we're made of. But we need a plan, Sakura interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. We can't underestimate them. Leave the planning to me, Naruto said, a glint of determination in his eyes. I'll take the lead. We'll crush them before they even know what hit them. The team exchanged glances, unsure of his confidence. Just remember, we need to work together, Sasuke warned. I know. Naruto snapped, irritation bubbling beneath his facade. I've got this. As the day wore on, Naruto's focus sharpened. He trained relentlessly, combining his jutsu with the dark powers that surged within him. Shadows coiled around his arms, reacting to his emotions, feeding off his desire for strength. He practiced until he could manifest shadows with ease, weaving them into his combat style. When night fell, they gathered at the outskirts of Kanata, ready to face the incoming threat. The tension in the air was palpable as they set up a perimeter, eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged masked and cloaked, emanating an aura of malice. So, the famous Naruto Uzumaki, the figure said, voice dripping with disdain. I've heard so much about you. But you're just a child playing at being powerful. Who are you? Naruto growled, stepping forward, shadows swirling around him. Just a messenger, the figure replied, a sinister grin hidden beneath the mask. My master wishes to test your strength. Surrender, and perhaps you will live to see another day. Not a chance. Naruto shouted, the chains at his side responding to his fury, ready to strike. You'll regret underestimating me? The figure chuckled darkly, summoning an army of shadowy clones that poured from the darkness. Then let's see what you've got, brat. The battle erupted with a ferocity that lit up the night. Naruto unleashed his chains, striking down the shadowy clones with ruthless efficiency, shadows swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance of power. Each clone that fell only fueled his desire for dominance, pushing him to unleash more of his dark abilities. But even as he fought, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. You're losing control, Naruto. Let go. Embrace your true self. With every victory, the voice grew louder, whispering promises of power and control. No, he shouted, swinging his chains at a group of approaching enemies. I won't be your puppet. As he fought, he felt a rush of exhilaration, a thrill that came from the shadows intertwining with his essence. He was unstoppable, a force of nature wielding darkness like a weapon. The figure observed him with an eerie calm, clearly amused. You think this power makes you invincible? How naive. I'm not naive. Naruto spat, fury igniting within him. I'll show you the true meaning of power. With a surge of energy, he summoned a colossal wave of chains, binding the remaining clones and yanking them into the depths of darkness. The area around him shook with energy, the shadows responding to his commands. The masked figure stepped back, eyes widening in shock. What are you? He demanded, fear creeping into his voice. I'm the one who will crush you? Naruto roared, lunging forward, chains slicing through the air, ready to claim victory. The clash was brutal, and as the dust settled, Naruto stood victorious, surrounded by the remnants of the fallen foes. But as he looked around, the exhilaration of battle faded, replaced by a gnawing emptiness. The whispers echoed louder in his mind, urging him to claim more power. You are the darkness. You can have it all. No. Naruto yelled, his hands shaking with frustration. I'm not like you. But deep down, a part of him was drawn to the shadows, tempted by the prospect of ultimate power. It felt so close, almost within his grasp. As he stood there, the masked figure struggled to rise. This isn't over, Uzumaki. My master will come for you. And when he does, you'll have no choice but to submit. Naruto glared down at him, a dark smile forming. Let him come. I'll be ready. With that, he unleashed a final wave of chains, ensnaring the figure, silencing the thread for good. The darkness coiled around him, and for a moment, he felt invincible, a god among mortals. But the victory felt hollow. In the depths of his mind, the darkness whispered promises of what could be, and as he turned away from the battlefield, Naruto knew the true struggle had only just begun. In the weeks that followed, the village buzzed with tales of Naruto's prowess. He had faced the shadows and emerged triumphant, yet the darkness within him lingered, a constant reminder of the path he walked. As he trained and honed his abilities, Naruto began to embrace the darkness, allowing it to guide his strength. He would no longer be seen as a hero but as a force to be reckoned with. Each taunt, each challenge, only fueled his ambition. And so, the cycle of power and darkness continued, weaving through the fabric of Naruto's existence. He reveled in a strength he wielded, intoxicated by the promise of what lay ahead. But the whispers warned him, power has a price. With every step he took deeper into the shadows, he felt the weight of his choices pressing down. He was determined to forge his destiny, but as the darkness wrapped around him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was drawing closer to a fate he might not be able to escape. Only time will tell if he can control it or if it will control him. As Naruto gazed out at the horizon, he clenched his fists, shadows swirling at his feet. I won't back down, he vowed, the darkness singing to him, promising power and respect. I'll show them all. And in that moment, he knew one thing, nothing would stop him from claiming his place in the world, not the village, not his friends, and certainly not the whispers of the darkness that echoed within him. He would become a legend of force feared and revered. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the village as Naruto continued to grapple with the ever-growing darkness within him. Every passing day only deepened his connection to the shadows, and as he looked over Kanata, he could feel the pulse of power coursing through him like a restless tide. He had become a storm waiting to unleash itself. As the days turned into weeks, Naruto's reputation grew. Whispers echoed throughout the village about the Dark Hero, a title that both intrigued and frightened the villagers. Some regarded him as a protector, others feared the very power he wielded. He thrived on their reactions, their uncertainty feeding the shadows lurking in his heart. Have you heard? Naruto took down another rogue group last night, a villager whispered, glancing nervously over their shoulder. Yeah, but at what cost? Another replied, eyeing Naruto's silhouette as he trained in the clearing. He's not the same anymore? At the training grounds, Naruto was in his zone, pushing himself to master the art of shadow manipulation. The chains had become an extension of himself, dancing around him like serpents. He conjured a massive shadow creature, a colossal beast formed from the very essence of darkness, to aid him in training. Come on. Show me what you've got, he shouted, directing the creature to strike at him. The creature lunged, and Naruto sidestepped with agility, using the chains to ensnare its limbs, feeling the thrill of domination surge through him. Good, but you can do better, he taunted himself, his eyes gleaming with ambition. You're more than just a puppet to your own shadows. As the training continued, a familiar presence approached the soft footsteps of Sakura, followed by Sasuke's silent gaze. They watched him with a mix of concern and curiosity, unsure how to approach the Naruto they once knew. Hey, Naruto, Sakura called, her voice tentative. You've been pushing yourself really hard lately. Are you okay? Naruto didn't look back, his focus solely on a shadow creature. Of course I'm fine. I'm just getting stronger. You should be happy for me. Sasuke stepped forward, crossing his arms. You need to be careful. Strength is not just about power, it's about control. You're not invincible, and this darkness, it's consuming you. Naruto finally turned, a smirk curling his lips. You think I care about control? I'm done being the underdog, Sasuke. This darkness is my power, and I'm going to use it to crush anyone who gets in my way. Sakura frowned, stepping closer. That's not what we meant. We're worried about you. You're changing, and not for the better. We want to help you, not see you lose yourself. Help? Naruto scoffed, his expression hardening. You want to help me? You don't understand. I've tasted power, and it feels incredible. I won't throw that away just to please you. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Power isn't everything. You'll lose everything you care about if you keep going down this path. Naruto's laughter echoed through the clearing, a harsh sound devoid of warmth. Care about? I've always cared too much. This time, I'm doing things my way. If anyone stands in my way, they'll regret it. With that, he dismissed them with a flick of his wrist, summoning the chains to swirl menacingly around him. Sakura gasped, stepping back. Naruto. But he didn't care, the shadows were calling him, promising strength, respect, and control. He was done being a pawn in a game he never wanted to play. The next day, word of a new threat reached the village. A powerful rogue ninja named Kuro, known for his mastery of forbidden jutsu. Kuro was rumored to have ties to a dark organization, one that sought to harness the powers of the strongest shinobi, including Naruto himself. Gathering his team, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. This was the challenge he craved, a chance to prove his strength once again. As they met at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade addressed him, her expression serious. Listen up. Kuro has been spotted on the outskirts of the village. He's a dangerous individual with a reputation for taking down high-ranking shinobi. We need to approach this with caution. Sasuke's gaze hardened, analyzing the situation. What's the plan? Naruto stepped forward, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. I'll take him down. Just give me the chance. I won't hold back. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Naruto, we need to strategize. You can't act recklessly. We need to work together as a team. Team. Naruto sneered, crossing his arms. I can handle this myself. Why rely on anyone else when I have the power to end this? Because you're not invincible. Sakura interjected, her voice rising. You need us, whether you want to admit it or not. I don't need anyone, he shot back, the shadows behind him swirling menacingly. I'll show you just how strong I've become. Later that evening, Naruto found himself standing alone at the village's edge, the cool night air wrapping around him. He could feel the darkness thrumming within, urging him to embrace his full potential. "Come on," he whispered to himself, the shadows responding to his call. "I need to prove them all wrong. I am not just the Nine Tails, I am so much more." As the moon cast its glow, he felt the weight of his abilities press upon him, a force that promised to elevate him to godhood. The whispers returned, seductive and powerful. "Embrace the darkness. Embrace your destiny." The following day, Naruto and his team set out to confront Kuro. The atmosphere was tense, the air thick with anticipation. As they approached a secluded clearing, the sound of rustling leaves filled the air, sending a chill down their spines. "Stay alert," Sasuke cautioned, scanning the surroundings. Kuro could be hiding anywhere. Suddenly, Kuro emerged from the shadows, his presence overwhelming. He wore a dark cloak that billowed around him, and his eyes gleamed with malice. "Ah, the infamous Naruto Uzumaki," he sneered, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "I've heard much about you. You're supposed to be the hero of this village." "I'm no hero," Naruto replied, his voice dripping with confidence. "I'm the strongest. You're just another fool who thinks he can challenge me." Kuro's laugh echoed in the clearing, mocking. "Oh, how amusing. You believe your power makes you invincible? Let's see how long that delusion lasts." With a flick of his wrist, Kuro unleashed a torrent of dark energy, sending a wave of destructive force towards Naruto and his friends. "Get down!" Sasuke shouted, diving to the side as the blast exploded around them. Naruto stood firm, channeling the shadows within him. He summoned his chains, extending them outwards to absorb the impact of Kuro's attack. The darkness intertwined, forming a protective barrier around his team. "Nice try, but I won't be taken down so easily," Naruto roared, his eyes alight with determination. He launched the chains at Kuro, the dark tendrils moving with a life of their own. Kuro dodged swiftly, moving like a shadow himself. "You think you can catch me with those weak attacks?" He summoned a swarm of shadowy clones that surged towards Naruto and his friends. "Leave them to me," Naruto shouted, his voice commanding as he charged forward, his chains whizzing through the air, cutting down the clones with ruthless efficiency. The clash escalated, each fighter demonstrating their strength and skill. Kuro was relentless, striking at Naruto with powerful jutsu that shattered the ground beneath them. But Naruto welcomed the challenge, each blow only fueling his determination. "You're strong," Kuro admitted, frustration seeping into his voice. "But you still have much to learn about true power." "True power?" Naruto laughed darkly, the shadows swirling around him, growing more animated. "I've tasted the darkness, and it feels amazing. You're just a stepping stone on my path to greatness." With a roar, he unleashed a wave of chains, ensnaring Kuro, and yanking him off balance. "You'll regret underestimating me." Kuro struggled against the binding, but Naruto tightened the chains with every ounce of willpower. "You're just a coward hiding in the shadows," Naruto taunted, the darkness responding to his fervor, enhancing his power. The battle raged on, and with each passing moment, Naruto felt himself tapping deeper into the shadows. Kuro was strong, but he was relentless, pushing past his limits with every strike. The air crackled with energy as the two clashed, neither willing to back down. As Kuro launched another attack, Naruto raised his chains, the dark energy coiling around him. "This ends now," he declared, focusing all his energy into a single, powerful strike. "Come forth, Shadow," he shouted, summoning a massive dark creature that surged from the ground, ready to devour Kuro's remaining strength. Kuro's eyes widened in realization, panic coursing through him. "What are you doing? Claiming my destiny?" Naruto roared, unleashing the creature upon Kuro, the darkness engulfing him entirely. As the dust settled, Naruto stood victorious, breathing heavily but filled with exhilaration. The shadows flickered around him, a reminder of the power he commanded. "Did you see that?" he laughed, turning to his team, his eyes gleaming with a mix of triumph and madness. I told you I was stronger. Who's the hero now? Sasuke's expression remained stoic, though a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. You're playing a dangerous game, Naruto? Dangerous? Naruto grinned, reveling in a thrill of victory. This is just the beginning. The world will know my name. Sakura approached cautiously. You can't keep going down this path. It's not worth it if it means losing yourself. Losing myself? Naruto scoffed, brushing her off. I'm finding myself. I'm becoming the ultimate weapon. No one will stop me, not you, not anyone. With that, he turned, ready to leave the battlefield behind, but the darkness whispered promises of greater power. And so, as Naruto walked away from the scene of his latest victory, he felt the shadows closing in around him, the echoes of his ambition ringing in his ears. He would not be a hero, he would be a legend of force that would reshape the world in his image. Nothing would stand in his way. As days turned into months, Naruto embraced his darker path, growing stronger and more ruthless with every challenge he faced. He had shed the title of hero, and the whispers of the darkness became his allies. But deep down, in the recesses of his mind, the nagging feeling of loss lingered. He had pushed away his friends, distancing himself from those who had cared for him. The shadows were intoxicating, but at what cost? Only time would tell if he could find balance or if the darkness would consume him entirely. For now, he was Naruto Uzumaki, the dark hero, and he would stop at nothing to claim his place among the gods. The weeks turned into months, and with each passing day, Naruto plunged deeper into the abyss of his newfound power. He had embraced the moniker of the dark hero, and it suited him well. The fear and reverence that followed in his wake only fueled the flames of his ambition. He reveled in the chaos he could unleash, transforming Konoha from a tranquil village into a battleground for his growing strength. In the shadows of the Hokage Tower, Tsunade watched Naruto's transformation with growing concern. His once vibrant spirit was now shrouded in darkness, and she feared for the future of her village. Reports of his reckless confrontations with rogue ninjas flooded her desk, each one more destructive than the last. He was no longer just the boy she had once nurtured, he was a force to be reckoned with. As she sat at her desk, Shizune entered, her brow furrowed with worry. Tsunade-sama, we need to talk about Naruto. He's becoming increasingly erratic. He challenges anyone who dares question his motives, and his battles are growing more dangerous. Tsunade sighed, leaning back in her chair. I know, Shizune. He's not the same Naruto we once knew. I fear he's losing himself to the darkness. Isn't there something we can do? He needs help, not more power, Shizune pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. Help? He won't listen to us. He believes he can conquer everything on his own, Tsunade replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. But we can't let him spiral out of control. We need to find a way to reach him before it's too late. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to hone his abilities, pushing himself further into the realm of darkness. He had discovered a hidden cave near Konoha, a place where the shadows thrummed with energy, feeding his power. It became his sanctuary, a dark throne from which he ruled over his growing influence. One night, while meditating in the cave, Naruto sensed an unusual disturbance, a ripple in the shadows. He opened his eyes, and the darkness coiled around him, forming a figure that materialized from the shadows. Who dares intrude? Naruto growled, his chain snapping to attention, ready to strike. The figure stepped forward, revealing itself as a woman cloaked in darkness, her features obscured. I am Nyx, a harbinger of shadows. I have come to guide you. Guide me. Naruto raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. Why would I need guidance from anyone? Because you are destined for greatness, Naruto Uzumaki. But to harness your true potential, you must understand the balance of light and dark, Nyx replied, her voice smooth as silk, yet laced with a hint of danger. Naruto scoffed, dismissing her words. Balance? I don't need that. I've tasted power, and it's intoxicating. I won't let anything hold me back. NYX stepped closer, her presence enveloping him. And that is precisely why you are in danger. Power without control leads to destruction not just for your enemies, but for yourself. Embrace the darkness, yes, but do not let it consume you entirely. There are forces in play that will seek to use you. Naruto's expression hardened, but he felt a flicker of curiosity. Forces? What do you know? Those who seek to manipulate your power for their own ends. You are not the only one who has made a pact with the darkness, she replied critically. Why should I trust you? He challenged, narrowing his eyes. Because I can offer you knowledge and strength beyond your comprehension, NYX said, extending a hand. Together, we can achieve the power you desire, and you will not be alone in your quest. Naruto hesitated, the shadows swirling around him as he contemplated her offer. He had long rejected help, believing he could forge his own path. But the thought of harnessing even greater power was tantalizing. What's in it for you? He asked, skepticism lacing his voice. NYX smiled, a dark glimmer in her eyes. A chance to guide a kindred spirit. The darkness is vast and lonely. I seek a worthy companion. With you, we can unleash chaos upon this world. Chaos? Naruto mused, feeling the excitement rise within him. I like the sound of that. With a newfound alliance, Naruto and NYX began to train together, delving deeper into the darker aspects of his powers. They explored ancient jutsu that merged the shadows with elemental forces, pushing Naruto to expand his limits. He reveled in the knowledge she shared, each lesson intensifying his connection to the darkness. Days turned into weeks, and soon, the village noticed Naruto's absence. The shadowy figure of NYX loomed over him, guiding him through rituals that strengthened his power. He was no longer just a shinobi, he was becoming something far more formidable. One fateful night, as they completed a ritual under the light of a blood moon, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of energy. The darkness enveloped him, coursing through his veins like fire. He opened his eyes, revealing a new, predatory gleam. Feel it, Naruto, NYX whispered, her voice a seductive melody. This is only the beginning. You are on the brink of becoming a god among mortals. I can feel it, he breathed, intoxicated by the power radiating from him. Nothing will stand in my way. Meanwhile, in the heart of Kanata, the tension was palpable. Tsunade and the others gathered to discuss Naruto's troubling descent into darkness. We need to bring him back before it's too late, Sasuke urged, his expression grim. If he continues down this path, he'll become a threat to everyone. I've tried to reach him, but he's too far gone, Sakura admitted, frustration etching her features. He's pushing everyone away, and we can't let him spiral out of control. We need a plan, Kakashi interjected, his tone serious. If we confront him directly, he might see it as a challenge. We must approach carefully, strategically. Or we can take him down if necessary, Sasuke suggested, his eyes narrowing with resolve. We can't let him destroy everything we've worked for? Tsunade nodded, her determination solidifying. We'll gather our strength and confront him together. If Naruto truly believes he's invincible, then we must show him the consequences of his choices. The next day, as Naruto stood at the edge of the cave, gazing out over Kanata, he felt a sense of purpose surging within him. He had become a master of shadows, a force of nature. But as he turned to leave, the sensation of being watched prickled at his skin. Someone's coming, he muttered, clenching his fists. Suddenly, Tsunade, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi emerged from the trees, their expressions stern. Naruto. Tsunade called out, her voice echoing with authority. We need to talk. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he regarded them, a smirk playing on his lips. Talk? You'd come here to lecture me about my choices? I have become stronger than all of you combined. Stronger doesn't mean invincible, Naruto, Sakura said, stepping forward. We're here because we care about you. You need to stop this before it consumes you. Care. Naruto laughed darkly, the shadows swirling around him. You're all just scared. I'm becoming a god while you remain mere mortals. Sasuke glared, his eyes fierce. You think this darkness makes you invincible? You're playing a dangerous game. We won't let you destroy everything we've built. Naruto's expression darkened, anger flaring. Then you'll have to stop me. But trust me, you won't succeed. As he summoned his chains, crackling with dark energy, the tension reached a boiling point. I will show you the true meaning of power. The battle erupted, shadows clashing with the resolve of Naruto's friends. Sasuke engaged him head-on, unleashing his Sharingan to predict Naruto's moves. Sakura joined the fray, using her strength to strike at the chains that whipped through the air. Kakashi provided support, using his knowledge to counter Naruto's dark jutsu. But Naruto was relentless, weaving through their attacks with agility, the darkness wrapping around him like armor. Each strike from his friends only fueled his fury, the thrill of battle driving him further into madness. Is this all you've got? Naruto taunted, a wicked grin on his face as he unleashed a massive wave of dark energy, sending his friends tumbling backward. You think you can stop me? I'll crush you all. As the dust settled, Naruto stood tall, shadows swirling ominously at his feet. You've made a grave mistake coming here. I will show you the true power of the darkness. But in that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The faces of his friends flashed before him: Sakura's worried eyes, Sasuke's fierce determination, and Tsunade's resolve. Could he really go through with this? Was he willing to lose everything for the sake of power? Don't you dare hesitate. NYX's voice echoed in his mind, urging him onward. Embrace the darkness. They are nothing compared to your might. With a roar, Naruto unleashed a torrent of chains, aiming to ensnare his friends. But as he did, a spark of resistance ignited within him, a memory of laughter, camaraderie, and the bonds they shared. No, he bellowed, halting the chains mid-strike. He staggered back, confusion flooding his senses. What am I doing? Naruto! Tsunade shouted, sensing the shift in his demeanor. Remember who you are. You're not just the darkness, you're more than that. Shut up, he roared, the shadows around him flickering as his resolve wavered. You don't understand. I understand you better than anyone, she retorted, stepping closer, her voice steady. You're not a monster. You're my student, my friend. We can help you. Just let us in. Help? Naruto spat, his expression torn between anger and confusion. You think I need your help? I don't need anyone. But the flickering light of his friend's spirits began to pierce through the darkness that enveloped him, urging him to remember the bonds he had forged. Remember your dream, Naruto, Sasuke said, his voice firm. You wanted to be Hokage, to protect this village. You wanted to be a hero, not a tyrant. Hero. Naruto echoed, the word heavy with doubt. What does that even mean anymore? It means standing together, fighting for what's right, Sakura urged, stepping forward. We can't let this darkness consume you. You're stronger than this. Naruto felt the shadows around him begin to recede, their hold weakening as he struggled against the tide of his own ambition. I don't know what to believe anymore, he shouted, pain lacing his words. Suddenly, NYX's voice boomed in his mind, commanding and furious. You will not abandon the darkness. Embrace it, Naruto. It is your destiny. Destiny. Naruto clenched his fists, wrestling with the voices that battled within him. Is my destiny to destroy everything I love? Yes. NYX insisted. You will have power beyond imagination. Do not let them sway you. With a roar, Naruto summoned the shadows again, but this time, they flickered and dimmed. No. I will not be your puppet. Seizing the moment, Tsunade stepped forward, her voice unwavering. We're here for you, Naruto. You don't have to face this alone. Choose the light. Choose us. As he stood at the crossroads of darkness and light, Naruto felt the weight of their words pressing upon him. The memories of laughter, friendship, and shared struggles surged within him, battling against the seductive pull of the shadows. In that pivotal moment, he understood the true meaning of strength not in power alone, but in the bonds forged through love and sacrifice. With a defiant roar, he pushed the darkness aside, stepping toward his friends. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I will not be consumed by the shadows. The shadows recoiled, the flicker of light enveloping him as he stood resolute, his chains retracting. I won't let you win, NYX. I'll find my own path. NYX's voice turned cold, laced with fury. You will regret this, Naruto. You cannot escape your destiny. But Naruto turned to his friends, determination shining in his eyes. You're right. I'll choose my destiny. Together. And as the shadows receded, the bonds of friendship enveloped him in warmth, and newfound clarity igniting within. He had rejected the path of darkness, but the battle was far from over. As the dust settled and the tension in the air subsided, Naruto stood firm among his friends. He had rejected NYX's seductive grasp, but the journey ahead was uncertain. Let's finish this together, he said, the shadows now a mere whisper at his back. The resolve in their hearts mirrored his, and they stood united, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. For now, they were more than just shinobi, they were family, and they would fight for one another until the very end. In that moment, Naruto had found his strength not just in power, but in a love and bonds that would shape his destiny. The true battle had just begun,